What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
The first corner, Yapuchu and Alex Powell immediately trying to come through. Powell through in a second. Here comes Powell making the move on the inside line. And the Jamaican squeezes Freddie Slater out.
When he pushes him wide.
Oh, he's gone!
There's contact.
He's gone! Slater's turned around! It's civil war at Ricky Flynn! Slater and Gowder come together and Freddie Slater is absolutely enraged. Oh my goodness.
Slater dives up the inside.
Been battling last year, had the pandemic not kept Sato out of action. Here he comes up the inside of Tarpanen. What a rapid start.
Great. Oh, up the
the two
inside.
wheels.
There's contact. There's contact there. That was James Wharton. You can see Powell hungry for that lead. But
contact.
That's two off.
That's Hannah and Bora. He's hunting him down. Could he make the bid? Yes, he's going for it. Nicholas Solov takes the lead. Now, Tarpanen. Oh, Tarpanen comes together. We got to the barrel ends and two of them go with. That's Ritaro Sato. 3 victories. Artem Severukin is now the favourite. And Ariel Elkin, Lindblad forces the issue back on the inside of Joe Turney. Oh, big wheel bang. But so too is Nicholas Solov. 3 wins apiece. Tomorrow is going to be so spicy. And that was just yesterday. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the action in the FIA Karting European Championship 2021 season for the OK and Junior categories. It is a very exciting day that greets us. Beautiful sunny skies over the Italian countryside. We're here at the CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli in the shadow of Mount Vesuvius herself as we get the final heats before this afternoon's finals underway. 27 degrees Celsius, even higher humidity than we have seen in the previous 2 days as well. 73%. It's going to make things very difficult. Here's your running order for the heats over the course of the morning. 3 junior races to come and 2 OK senior races to come as well. And then we will be ready to set the grid for the 36 drivers in each race that will contest the European Championship final, round 3, 2021 here in Italy. We've been to Genk in Belgium, we've been to Ornay-le-Bois in France, and it's been very exciting so far. I'm Jake Stanson, beside me is Kai Bacchini. Kai, yesterday gave us thrills and spills and an awful lot of drama along the way.
Drama to say the least, as you saw in the highlight video. We saw Dion Gowder and Freddie Slater, the 2 teammates in the same morning, both going for the same bit of track. I think it's fair to say it didn't quite end the way that either of them wanted it. But we saw James Wharton just use one of the curbs there, 2 wheels in the air. Could have ended a lot worse, but managed to continue and actually get a pretty good result in that heat. But going into today, Nicholas Solov, he's been performing brilliantly over the course of the weekend. and I'm sure he'll be looking to keep the wins racking up.
As indeed has his OK rival Artem Sevrukin. In fact, in both classes, neither driver at the top of the interim standings is leading the European Championship. In the junior category, it is Alex Powell, just 1 point ahead of James Zagotzi in the standings. And in the OK senior category, Artem Sevrukin and Nikola Tsolov are at a dead heat, having won all 3 of their heats yesterday. They will meet for the first time in this morning's heat. So that is going to set the tone for what promises to be an exceptional day at the races. It's the OK Junior drivers out first, though, and it'll be qualifying groups E versus F. Douai de Decker, a race winner yesterday. Matías Ferreira, the winner of the final, last time out at Onnet-le-Bois, has a great chance to battle for the victory. The two of them come out, as of course do the remaining drivers in the field. And this is their last chance to book a place in this afternoon's final. Douai de Decker and Matías Ferreira on the front row from Josh Erfen and Jimmy Elias. Andres Cardenas and Tobias Clausen from Maxim Rem and Caleb Gefrara. Then Enea Frey and Mark Kastelich from Maciej Gledij and Nacho Tunion. Heite Delaniel and Martin Molnar from Artur Poulain and Kirill Kutskov. Maxim Verbruge and Mika Abrahams from August Theobo and Aurelia Nobels. Oscar Wirtz and Joel Bergstrom. Clement Utran and Shimo Zhang from Guy Elbag, Max Obst, Ekaterina Loisha and Edward Robinson. 28 drivers, and of course there are only 36 spaces available in this afternoon's final. Many drivers in this junior field are going to have to disappear off to Zuera with very little to show for this weekend.
Yep, 36 places in the final, and it's going to be so close. Everyone's going to be fighting for every position in these final heats that we see for the junior and the OK class. Every position that they can gain is going to be very important over the course of the day, as it could boost them up an extra position to hopefully qualify them for the final. A couple of drivers have pretty much already secured those positions. One of those, Douai de Decker, we'll see he's starting on the front row.
27 degrees air temperature already this morning, so it's going to be another incredibly hot day at the races, but at least this one's slightly cooler than some of the heats yesterday. So it's up to De Decker, Ferreira, Erfen and Elias to set the tone from the front end of the field, and let's see how these 7 laps unfold. For the drivers, this is their last chance to get into the final. Looks like a smooth start to me. Are we going to go racing straight out of the blocks? Yes, we are. Further the course from here we go. First corner, Douai de Decker out in front. Good start from Josh Erfen into second position straight away as they sweep through up towards the hairpin at turn 2. Nice guiding line from the drivers. A couple of drivers getting a little bit closer to spin in the middle of the field, and it's caused pandemonium. We've got one of the Pragas that spins off first, and everyone collects. You've got Wirtz in there. The first one to spin was Heite Delaniel, and then you've got the 249. That, unfortunately, is August Derbo. The 280, Clement Utran, and the 476, that's Guy Elbag. So 5 drivers in the mix there, all coming together. The race continuing. The marshals are going to work trying to clear the debris before the drivers come around. Otherwise, we're going to be in full course yellows.
Yep, 5 cars getting caught up in that incident there. That's the last thing you want to see, especially when these are the last heats. This is your last chance to try and qualify for the finals. It's less than ideal for many of the drivers. You can see getting very close there is one of the Ricky Flynn cars as they make their way around the final corner and across the straight. Yellow flags, I'm sure, will be in play as we see them going up the hill. Actually, yellow flags are not going to be shown by the marshals, but we go down the straight. Looks like there's an issue there for the driver at the back. That's Aurelia Nobles, just having a little check out of the car, checking that everything's okay, making sure that the car is fit for racing. But Douai de Decker, great start, just managed to hold the rest of the field behind.
I think Nobels was actually one of the drivers trying to take avoiding action in that incident, so having to try and make sure she wasn't involved. So Douai de Decker leading the way, Erfen in second place, then it's Ferreira, Rem, Cardenas, Elias, Frey, Clausen, Gefrara and Tunion. So they battle away together in the top 10. No cause for alarm at the moment, but certainly the battle between these two already stepping up a gear. De Decker and Erfen. Erfen could really use a victory this morning after a DNF yesterday. A 0 score would be absolutely on the money for him to improve his qualifying position for the final. He should still be there in that final grid, providing he can stay in the top 3. But it's definitely going to be a better opportunity for him if he can take the victory. And he's going for the move on the inside line to De Decker. Is there going to be enough space? Yes, there is. And a lovely move. There's enough space for Ferreira to draw alongside. But De Decker shuts the door in time.
Great move there from Josh Erfen to make his way past Douai de Decker. You can see Matías Ferreira trying to follow through as well. But now he's got pressure from Maxime Rem behind. If we have a look at the Ricky Flynn car now, he's going to try and attack on the Kart Republic, which is sitting behind in a train up the inside. That's Douai de Decker. He'll take that position back. Thank you very much. Josh Erfen gets dropped back down into second position. Irfan, though, he's not going to let that one go. As he goes up the inside, straight away, Matthias Ferreira follows through as well. Josh Irfan, Matthias Ferreira. Oh, and he loses another 2. As we see, that's Rem makes his way through and up the inside. That's the Fernando Alonso car there. Andreas Cardenas makes his way through on the Ricky Flynn Motorsport. As you can see, Ferreira makes his way through. It's all kicking off.
Yep, everybody making big moves. Ferreira getting the lead off Irfan. Irfan wants to get straight back on the inside, but Ferreira shuts the door. Andres Cardenas having moved up into 3rd position, the Peruvian on the Alonso kart. Now he is there in front of Maxime Rem on the Ricky Flynn, and his teammate Enea Frey has come up into 5th place now, past Douwe de Decker as well. So de Decker sliding to 6th position. One little error from the Belgian, and it has opened the floodgates once again. Josh Irfan there in 2nd place. Cardenas actually protecting a little bit to the inside line, and a little bit of a dice there as Helias and Gafrara try to hold off Nacho Tuñón, the Spaniard. So some good racing in the middle of the field. De Decker trying to recover from P6 at this moment in time. Frey is getting close to his teammate Maxime Rem, but Rem is already challenging Andres Cardenas. He's going to go for a late lunge on the inside. Can he shut the door on the exit? No, he can't. Cardenas realizes he's coming and goes for the switchback maneuver. So well held there by Cardenas. Douwe de Decker is trying to hold off Helias. Helias trying to come through. And as they come into the hairpin once again, the battle is going to be very choice out of the final couple of corners of this sector. They come up towards the braking zone, in through 5, and then they will cross the timing beacon for the end of the 1st sector. This is going to be interesting to see who is currently on the pace. Fastest driver in this mid-group is actually Josh Irfan, trying to close up on Matthias Ferreira. We've got 3 laps to go at the end of this one. On the inside line, that's the move from Enea Frey. He gets through on Maxime Rem, so that's up into P4 for the young Swiss. Good run so far.
Yep, Matthias Ferreira and Josh Irfan are already breaking away from the rest of the field as they have a gap of half a second back to Andreas Cardenas, as he's in 3rd position right now with repping the Fernando Alonso chassis there. We can see that is going to be Enea Frey and Maxime Rem, the 2 Ricky Flynn Motorsport cars, as they file through behind the Fernando Alonso. They go up towards the 2nd corner, working together. Or is Rem going to look for an overtake? No, he won't. He'll sit behind his teammate, but De Decker's going to try and get involved. Yeah,
De Decker's managed to get the tyres back up to optimum, so now he's working his magic again. Nice little tussle further back. We had a little squabble there going on between Kutskov, Tuñón, Verbruge and Gafrara. Good to see Maxim Verbruge and Kirill Kutskov working their way back up the order as they struggled to make progress yesterday. Now a bit of protection from Jimmy Helias. He knows that the Russian Kirill Kutskov is right there, hunting him down. Don't forget that Kutskov was 2nd at Ornay-le-Bois on the podium in the final, so it's hard for him to be down there in 8th position, trying to work his way through in the heats. But Ferreira still holding on in front of Irfan. Irfan has a chance going into the final lap. There's a nice little move coming from Maxime Rem, but he can't quite get the traction off the turn. Douwe de Decker is now going to challenge him as they go into the final lap.
Yep, Josh Irfan all over the back of his teammate Matthias Ferreira is going to be quaking in his boots right now as Josh Irfan sitting on the back, but so is Douwe de Decker as they're going for it. Josh Irfan up the inside, makes his way past Matthias Ferreira. Ferreira has to concede the place, and Josh Irfan is back into the lead. He's been trying the whole race to get himself into this position. Now, can he just hold it for the rest of the lap?
Couldn't have been better timed for Josh Irfan. He needed to make this overtake. He needed to get into the lead to strengthen his position for the final, and this is exactly how to get the job done in the right possible way. Now that he's made the move into the 2nd hairpin, he can now just stretch away a little bit from Matthias Ferreira. All he needs is a couple of kart lengths, and that's exactly what he's able to produce. So he comes up towards the final turn. Ferreira will be close, but he doesn't want to throw away a good grid position. 2nd place will do in this one. Josh Irfan is going to take the victory, and excellent work from the Brit. Ferreira is going to prove something as they come across the line together. 0.026. That's a nice little psychological gameplay there from Matthias Ferreira. You may have won this one, but I could still beat you in the final. We've had an off there on the final bend. A couple of drivers kicking up some dust as Aurelien Nobels comes through in 23rd. But Josh Irfan is your race winner, and that is such an invaluable result at this stage.
Yeah, Irfan needed that for a higher grid position for the final, and he did it in style. Great drive there from Josh Irfan to secure himself that position. Great race to make his way past Matthias Ferreira, but Ferreira definitely not on the back foot by any means necessary, as he's still fighting back against Josh Irfan. But as that heat comes to a close, we'll soon see the provisional results for heat. That will be heat E versus F.
So the competitors make their way back into the pits, and for many of them, they'll be preparing for the final. For quite a few others of them, their day is over, and I'm afraid all 5 of these are included in that list. What a way to end it for them. Josh Erfin is your winner from Matheus Ferreira, Andres Cardenas and Enea Frey, Maxim Raymond, Due de Decker from Kirill Kutskov and Nacho Tunion, Jimmy Helias and Mark Kastelich from Maciej Gledige and Tobias Clausen, Caleb Gafrara and Martin Molnar from Mika Abrahams, Arto Polaine, Joel Bergstrom and Edward Robinson, Maxon Verbruge and Shimo Zhang from Max Obst, Ekaterina Lucia and Aurelia Nobels. The retirements, well, they were the 5 drivers that you saw parked up at the hairpin. De Delaniol, August Terbo, Oscar Wirtz, Clement Outram and Guy Elbag. Unfortunately, none of them completed the first lap, and they were all out on the spot on the second hairpin, on the second corner, I should say. Well, very tough stuff. A big battle to come in the next one, and the juniors are preparing for it. We're going to see Jevan David versus Jan Pizadowski on the front row of the starting grid for the second of our OK Junior heats this morning. Plenty of good battles to come.
Yeah, there's some great battles that will be throughout the whole field. As we see, Harley Keeble, he won one of the heats yesterday. He'll be looking to keep up that form if he's able to get results. Similar to that, he'll be looking for a good starting position in the final. William McIntyre as well. He also won one of his heats yesterday, and he'll be looking for some better results as he makes his way into his heat as well.
Well, we've got several drivers coming up in the next 2 races that are going to be flying the colours for the Birolart factory squad, including the British charge, Will McIntyre. They are really starting to get some speed up in this 2021 season. We caught up with Ronnie Sala on Friday morning to figure out just how well things are going for Birolart in the OK and junior categories.
First of all, it's always nice to be in Sarno. Why? It's a nice place, and you know the owner are really nice people, and we like and we enjoy to stay there. Basically, I also like a lot the track. I like the whole track, and you know, but even the new one is nice. It's been a bit different. Why there is not big break point as before. As we used to do, we try to adapt, you know, the setting of the chassis always to the different conditions. Especially this year, we have also the tires that are different compared last year, and this MG are quite different compared what we used to use. And the challenge is always to fix, you know, the setting on the chassis for the track and for the tires that we use on the race. I think we are very close. I mean, I think we are competitive to be ready to win some race. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of drivers as a numbers on the competition, both in OK and OKJ, and that they didn't give a big chance to us to win some race. On this class, there is a big competitor. But I think we are very close, and with a little bit of luck, we can win in one or other class. In shifter, you know, we are very competitive. We have quite good number of drivers, and we have a very good base of our package. We are working hard to have the same, you know, situation in OKJ, and I think very soon, and especially next season, we will be ready to have a bigger number of drivers in both classes to be able to have more chance to win races. The conditions are you know, extremely, you know, difficult. Why, you know, the track is a bit bumpy, but this is not a big problem. Most of the problem is that the temperatures that are very hot. What we work for is to try to keep, you know, the temperature as much as we can down on the tires, to let the car to work, you know, not just for 2 laps, but for at least 10 or 15 or 20 laps that the race are. It's not easy, but you know, we are used to do that kind of work, and you know, we have a chance on Thursday to have 5 sessions just to understand the situation and the condition of the track. That for sure with this kind of tires changing a lot. For sure, you know, qualifying is a very important point of the race. Why, as soon as you can start in the first 2 rows, it will be easier, you know, to have a good race. I think, as always, there is, I don't know, 5 to 10 drivers that can try to make the pole position, especially on the track long like that, like this, that, you know, with the draft, you can even win 1.5 10. Let's see, you know, for sure we are, you know, working to have a setup ready to make 1-2 good lap, fast lap, and try to start in the first row to be able to don't be, you know, in the middle of the proton for heat. Then we see, you know, everyone work for that point, but you know, let's see today what happened.
So great to hear from Ronnie Sala, the Birolart Racing team getting back to their best in 2021, not just in the gearbox world, which they have become quite prolific in of late, but now in the junior and OK categories as well. There's your schedule for the day. You can see that there are just 4 races remaining this morning before we come to the junior final, which will kick off at 1:50. The presentation for that starting 20 minutes prior. So obviously we will have our morning session. Then you'll be treated to some of the best of the 2021 season from the previous 2 rounds at Genk and SA during our lunch break. And then we will come back to the circuit for the junior final. And then the OK final itself, the race that everybody has come to see, 2:45 local time here in Italy, which is GMT plus 2 hours. So the junior qualifying heat C versus D is the next circuit race out on track, and it's Jevan David in pole position for Sri Lanka. Alongside him, Jan Pisarovsky. This could be an interesting one because Kai Sorensen will once again be there to the second row of the starting grid alongside Jan Puchu of the Argenti Motorsport colours, the Kart Republic Motorsport chassis. 224, Dion Gauda, a good opportunity for him to get himself into the final after the difficulties of yesterday. He just needs to work very hard indeed in this last race. But Will McIntyre alongside him is not going to make that particularly easy, Kai. He's been very strong.
No, McIntyre isn't going to make it easy at all. He's been looking strong over the course of the days. He also got win in one of the heats earlier. If he's able to get these results again in this final heat, it'll be looking strong for his final position.
Yeah, the drivers have really been trying to maximize the most out of their materials yesterday. Gustav Wisniewski was very strong. He's now starting this one from P7 on the grid. Alongside him, very impressive work from young Alexander Bondarev, who's been very impressive this weekend. He's kind of shot out of the gun right from the start of the weekend, and it's all gone very well from his point of view. Now, that's an interesting sight, looking down into the pit lane there, Kai, out of the difficulties of yesterday. Lovely to see Freddie Slater coming over and making things up with Dion Gauda after the frustration of yesterday. They're great stablemates in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport awning. They are rivals, of course, but they work together. They're always trying to push each other forward. They want to claim as many victories between them all as humanly possible. So it's really nice to see that after their difficulty yesterday, Slater and Gauda still good friends.
Yeah, it's amazing to see good sportsmanship and great teammates between the both of them, even though they did have their collision and did have their hardship yesterday. They've moved on from that. Today's a new day. Today's a new day of racing, and they just need to move on.
Well, this is one of the things I've always liked about Freddie as a driver, is that he's always able to bounce back from these situations. He has a couple of minutes to himself, thinks it through, figures out what he needs to do better next time. Where things are complex, he will always try and redress the balance. And he is a genuinely charming young man. He will go and say hello to the people that he's had a race with. He will fix the problems, and he will enjoy his racing that way because he doesn't let these things fester. He doesn't let these rivalries brew over. It's wonderful to see these young guys actually fixing the problems through their own wisdom, candor, and maturity.
Well, I mean, I think that's one thing that you need as a driver to be, especially one of the best drivers, being able to bounce back from such bad situations and learn from your mistakes and fix your own mistakes. That's definitely beneficial when you move on in motorsport. Slater, he does it so well.
So the drivers are coming up to the starting grid for this one, qualifying heat C versus F. Freddie will be waiting just a few more minutes before his own heat, which will be qualifying heat A versus B. And then the grid will be set for the 36 remaining drivers out there on the starting grid from the junior category. 87 of them have come here this weekend to compete for just 36 places, which means that over half the field are going to leave here empty-handed. But they will battle for the very last inch of their opportunity. Here is the circuit, as you can see, 1.55 kilometers in length. This new layout for the 2021 season, heavily revised and revamped after the previous runnings. And obviously, it is a very different circuit with a very different character in nature. It's got its critics, but it's also got plenty of supporters. This circuit really has provided some phenomenal racing.
Yeah, it provides some great battling, as you said, amazing racing throughout the whole of the circuit, not just some single pass second corner, major overtaking zone for many of the drivers. top corner after the long straight. If you get a good slipstream, get a good run, dive down the inside. We've seen that quite a few times. And also into the final corner, that seems to be a hot overtaking zone for the drivers. Just outbrake your opponent and try to carry more speed.
What this new layout has definitely provided is drivers with more opportunities to bounce back after qualifying foes. So if there are difficulties in the time run, you can actually make up good progress. You can make overtaking moves and good progress through the fields. You can find the setup to improve. And that definitely makes the weekend more competitive as a whole. It's not a massive surprise that this circuit has been announced and selected as the venue for next year's World Championship in September of 2022. And I think a lot of the drivers very keen to return here in just over a year for the World Championship of 2022. Here come the drivers. Qualifying heat C versus D. And the drivers head out. This is their last chance to book a place in the final. Only 36 spaces available. Jevan David on pole from Jan Pesadovski, Kai Sorensen and Jan Puchu, Dion Gauda and Will McIntyre from Gustav Wisniewski and Alexander Bondarev, Harley Keeble and Ian Eichmans from Jules Caranta and Gerasim Skulanov, David Walter and Matteo De Palo, Thijs Kieran and Alexander Gubenko, Nathan Tai and Maxim Orlov from Francesco Marenghi and Keanu Alazari, Lucas Flusha and Benjamin Silvesterson from Guillaume Bouzard and Len Nys, Alva Simasvara and Max Popov from Kirill Dzitiev. Tim Gerhards is the last one in the field as Zander Reed was not able to take the start of races after all. So 28 drivers, and they've obviously got to perform as best as they possibly can in their last heat of the weekend. 7 laps and a very tough race ahead.
Yep, 28 drivers, 7 laps, and only one can be victorious at the end of this heat. Jevan David will be looking to keep that pole position off the start. He'll be looking to try and carry that position throughout the whole of the race, but he's definitely going to have a challenge from behind.
So both David and Pesadovski are race winners this weekend so far, as is Will McIntyre and Harley Keeble in this field, so plenty of talent to rise up to the front. But with 4 race winners in one heat, it's hard to know who's going to have the advantage in this one. The field is controlled out of the final turn. Jevan David doing exactly the right thing, keeping the pace of the field nice and steady. They have to be slow and steady, ready for the start. We've only had one false start all weekend, and we're not going to get one this time. Away we go. Jevan David pulls right across and gets a beautiful lead. Kai Sorensen, his teammate, goes with him, and up to third goes Dion Gauda. Perfect start from the inside line. Textbook opportunity for Jevan David to lead going away as the field slots its way through. A lot of desperate maneuvers from drivers, but this time they keep it clean. So it is the 2 men for Forza Racing out in front. David and Sorensen. Third place, Dion Gauda. 4th position for, I think that is going to be Jan Pesadovski, still just about hanging on into his position as they go down the back straight for the first time. Kai Sorensen not waiting around. He gets the move on David, and Dion Gauda gets there too.
Yep, great move there from Sorensen, and Gauda taking full advantage of the situation at hand. Oh, that's someone very, very wide off the top corner at the hairpin there. Can't quite make out who that is.
I think that might be Alva Simasvara, the expert. So unfortunate for him there as he runs wide. Yes, it is Alva Simasvara. So big problems there. Out of the final turn, and look, Sorensen and Gauda are already trying to clear away from Jevan David at the front end of the field. In 4th place, that's Gustav Wisniewski. What a start from the pole. So Wisniewski has come through, his countryman Jan Pesadovski holding on. Now, Kai Sorensen defending in the 2nd lap from Dion Gauda. He clearly is worried about the raw pace he's got underneath him. So Dion Gauda is going to have to try something pretty sneaky to get past Kai Sorensen, who is defending on the 2nd lap.
Yeah, well, if Sorensen feels the pressure to defend on the 2nd lap, then Dion Gauda is already on the upper hand over the driver in the lead. You can see defending, just backing up Gauda into the back of David. Is that the strategy? Or does Sorensen genuinely feel threatened by Dion Gauda behind? If so, Gauda, all he needs to do is keep the pressure on, and eventually Sorensen will make a mistake or open up a gap.
Well, each driver can work out how much pace he's got over the first lap. Dion Gauda not prepared to wait around. He takes the position out of the end of the final corner and into the end of the 2nd lap. So 2 different leaders at the line in 2 laps. And now David and Wisniewski are together as they run through in 3rd and 4th places. Is there going to be a chance again from Sorensen? He goes very deep. Oh, David tried to get past his teammate there. They just banged wheels. They were lucky to get away with that. But Tim Gerhards with a warning flag, so other parts of the circuit have seen a few transgressions. But Kai Sorensen determined to get back on terms with Dion Gouda, but clearly his best form of attack is defense. Now he's going to have to go on the offense again into the hairpin. Gouda's now started defending. He clearly feels, well, none of the drivers have got much confidence in their raw one-lap pace in their karts at this stage because they've been managing their tires brutally through the weekend. Sorensen dives at the inside. David gets there. Wisniewski gets there as well. So Dion Gouda from first to fourth.
Yep, Gouda just leaves the door open just a little bit as 3 drivers slip through and falls down to fourth, does Dion Gouda. But I think these drivers are defending just off the raw fact that this is the final heat. This is their final chance to get a good finishing position for the final. Harley Keeble's in a good position, but up the inside, is that going to have a move still off? No, it's not. Ivan David has a little look for it, isn't able to pull it off though, and that's going to be a problem there for Didiev. The 240 pulls into the pits. The Republic are obviously having problems. Alexander Bondarev sets the fastest lap as he is currently in 8th position. Jan Puchu is pressuring him from behind. Our leaders make their way down to the hairpin. No defense this time round.
Yeah, Kirill Zitiev out of the race. Looks like there's been an incident at the back of the field involving Alva Simasvara and Keanu Alazadi. They are down at the back of the field. Yet again, more misfortune for Keanu Alazadi, just not in the position he deserves to be. That's McIntyre making progress. He's come up to 5th place now in behind Harley Keeble, and that passing Gouda and Pesodowski as a result. Oh, running wide there as Gouda gets back through on the inside of McIntyre. Keeble's through to the inside. Watch out for Pesodowski and Bondarev, and Wisniewski snatches 2nd place up the inside of Ivan David. That's a brave overtake from the pole. But I tell you what, he had pure confidence and conviction to make it work.
Yeah, William McIntyre has dropped 4 positions there just from the drivers, never mind Dion Gouda. So 5 positions lost there from William McIntyre. In the blink of an eye, he drops down all the way to 12th out of the top 10. That's not what McIntyre wants from his result. You can see up the inside there. That's a move there from Harley Keeble. He makes the move stick on Ivan David as he drops down into 4th position now. It's the Keeble's time in the top 3.
Keeble has been so good at this through the weekend. He's obviously not had the qualifying lap he wanted, and he's been able to convert it into some pretty feisty comeback drives over the weekend, including a race win. He got a front fairing penalty in his first race that dropped him a long way down, unfortunately. So now he's fighting himself back into contention once more. Up into 3rd place behind Gustav Wisniewski. 2 laps to go for them, and Wisniewski there in 2nd place under severe threat. Kai Sorensen, though, really wants to take his first win in the FIA Karting paddock out front.
Yep, Sorensen is looking on task to do that as well, as his pace is good, and he's just able to keep the 2 drivers at bay now. But Harley Keeble catching onto the back of Gustav Wisniewski, and I think it won't be long before Keeble tries to make an overtake there on Wisniewski. Talking about it, he has a little look, he isn't able to make it stick though. They file through the hairpin. Harley Keeble just picking out his opportunities. William McIntyre loses another position there.
Yeah, Nathan Ty gets through then in the Sodi kart, and there's a big opportunity as there goes Keeble on the inside of Wisniewski. So Keeble gets through in a second. That's a brave overtake in that hairpin. There was a little bit of a nudge between the 2 of them as well. So Keeble able to make it work. And as they come off the turn, Sorensen is going to have a clear victory. 2nd for Keeble, 3rd for Wisniewski for the moment, but Ivan David is threatening to take it back again all the time. So Ivan David just lining up a position. He's going to go deep through the first braking zone on the course because they're flat out through the opening apex, of course. Now David having a think about where he's going to position the kart to get through on Gustav Wisniewski.
Yep, it's all just a waiting game now, seeing the opportunity and optimizing your chances. You can see there Ivan David with Alexander Bondarev behind. They go defensive into the hairpin, isn't able to make a chance of this opportunity. Bondarev goes for the undercut. He's able to make a stick. Is he able to follow Dion Gouda? No, he's not. Ivan David loses 1. Isn't able to lose another though. Who's that round?
It's Chu. Jan Puchu
no.
has gone around. He's been spat out of the course there when he was running in P7. So Jan Puchu, as that all started to kick off, he gets spat out to the debris on the sidelines. But it's a victory for Kai Sorensen, and he takes his first win in the FIA Karting paddock. Excellent job there. Keeble 2nd, Wisniewski 3rd, Gouda in 4th, Ivan David in P5. So Kai Sorensen breathes a sigh of relief. His defensive tactics worked in the opening couple of laps because he was able to back the field into each other so that they could squabble, and Kai Sorensen able to stretch away from Harley Keeble enough to hang on for the victory.
Yep, Great drive there from Sorensen, just held his own, kept up his pace and pushed his own air. In the end, it worked out. Harley Keeble, though, on fire in that race. It's going to be interesting to see him making his way through the field in the final.
Yeah, he did a grand job to come through from 9th on the grid once again to 2nd place. Wisniewski driving beautifully as well, though, from 7th on the grid, working his way up to 3rd. So good work from the pole and an excellent strategy and tactic from the Sauber Karting youngster. There's more to come. Cheeky little overtake under the end of the race there for the 250 of David Walter, I think that was. Just trying to showcase he could have run at the front if they had had the opportunity to from a good lap in qualifying. Kai Sorensen in front of Harley Keeble and Gustav Wisniewski. Dion Gauda ahead of Ivan David. Alexander Bondarev P6. Jan Pesarovsky. Gerozim Skulinov the wild card. David Walter and Ian Eichmans in the top 10. Much improved from Nathan Ty up to 11th in that one. Will McIntyre 12th in front of Max Popov and Maxim Orlov. Alex Kubenko in 15th in front of Lucas Flusha. Francesco Merenghi and Matteo De Palo. And then in 19th place we have Thijs Kieran in front of Len Nys, Jules Caranta and Guillaume Bouzard. Benjamin Silvesterson, Tim Gerhards, Keanu Alazzari very frustrated at the end of another tough race, and Alva Simasvara also coming off the road. Jan Puchu crashed out on the final lap. Kirill Dzitiev, mechanical problems a few laps beforehand. So fascinating stuff from the drivers. They've given us plenty of excitement and drama, and they're going to give us a little bit more, I'm sure. One of the drivers, one of the teams, sorry, that we've been keeping an eye on over the course of the weekend is the Xpree Racing team with their young charges, Ben Silvesterson, Renaud Francote and Oscar Wirtz. Renaud Francote is going to be taking to the field in this next race. We caught up with their team boss at the Xpree Racing team on Friday morning, who's been keeping us up to date with how things are progressing. The 2018 FIA Karting World Champion in KZ, Czech Republic's Patrick Hayek.
Difficult season for us, coming here to fight for the victory anyway. We have pretty young drivers in junior. We hope we can do a bit better, but we will see today in qualifying. It's difficult to say because I didn't drive on the new one. From outside, I like better the old one, to be honest. It's really difficult to say. Like, if you have experience on the old one when you were driving, and now you can only see it from outside, it's different point of view. I think the most challenging is just the weather for everybody here. The temperatures are a bit too high for karting, I would say. I would prefer if we could be in some other place in this time, but it's same for everybody in the end. It's very difficult for drivers. Also yesterday we could see few drivers didn't feel very well after 5 sessions, so it will be very challenging for them just because of the high temperatures. The thing that you want to see they are getting better, they are getting more experience, they are able to race better than they were in the beginning of the season. So yeah, this is why we are doing this, not only for winning, but to see the progress and how the kids are getting better. When you see your kids and your drivers that are in the front, you can see, yeah, this is the job that we've done and it's really worth it. So yeah, it's making everybody happy. I think every driver needs a little bit different things. So you should know what's the best for you. If you need to drink more or you need to find some shadow or whatever, but you need to really keep yourself cool as possible. Especially it's, like you said, 3rd round of the European Championship. So we are getting more and more to the end of the championships. They really need to collect some points. So it will be, I think, very nice racing, but in these conditions, it's not that you only need to make 1 lap. The difference between qualifying and the race, in time I mean, will be pretty high. It doesn't mean that if you win qualifying, you will make very well all weekend. So it will be challenging for everybody. With Oscar, it's his 2nd year, and he pretty likes this track, to be honest. So I hope we can do at least top 10. With Renaud Franco that won the FIA Academy in Wackersdorf. He's not that experienced, but he can do very well, like we saw in Academy. So we also hope for some good results, at least for points.
So Patrick Hayek keeping us up to date with everything that's happening with the Xpree Racing team. Now we come to the final junior heat of the weekend. And what an opportunity this is going to be to watch the 2 fastest racing drivers in the junior category this weekend in time qualifying. James Zagotzi in pole position, Freddie Slater alongside him on the front row of the grid. That is going to be quite a spectacle. James Zagotzi turning his form around since the last round at Ornay-le-Bois in France. and he is now there on the front of the starting grid, having taken 3 heat wins yesterday and pole position in time qualifying. He is not going to want to break another duck in losing a second race this weekend. He will want to be there right at the sharp end.
Yeah, I think he's going to be looking to keep it that way as well. Agotti's won 3 of his heats so far. He'll be looking to make it another, but he's got Freddie Slater alongside him. Slater, he's had that one DNF this weekend, but he's bounced back and he's back at the front of the grid. He's going to be a big contender for the win here in this heat. Don't count out Alex Powell, though. He's starting on the outside row. He's starting in 4th position. We've seen him win one of the heats so far this weekend, and he'll be looking to win another.
In fact, we've seen him won twice, and in fact, he's also actually leading the way in terms of the interim standings. He has 5 points accumulated from the heats yesterday. James Agozzi has 6. So Alex Powell is actually technically leading and looking the favourite for pole position for the final later on this afternoon. But in order to do that, he's got to catch and pass Agozzi. So that's one factor within this heat. The other factor, Freddie Slater to the outside of the front row. There's only one driver really this weekend who's been able to come from that second position on the outside to sustain their position and even take the lead into turn 2. And that is Joe Turney of the senior category. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of strength Freddie Slater has got through that first corner on the outside line. Every heat so far this weekend, he's been to the inside at the front of the grid. So this is going to be his first major test of the weekend to come through from the outside of the front row, where it's very greasy and offline. Obviously, the marshals have been cleaning all of the marbles off the outside line at the end of each day. But after the warm-up sessions this morning, they're nearly all back in the same position again.
Yeah, these drivers back in the same positions as you've just mentioned. And I think it's going to be difficult to see who's going to win this race. Agozzi, he's been very, very strong this weekend, but so has Slater, so has Powell, and so has many other drivers on the grid for this heat. Remember, this is Group A versus B, so arguably one of the most competitive grids that we're going to see this weekend.
Well, while we're talking about drivers who could throw a spanner in the works for the 3 men we've already talked about, 3rd position on the grid, Antonio Apicella, right there for the Team Driver Racing Kart squad on his Kart Republic chassis. And he is there in 3rd place. He's the wild card. He knows how to make this work. He's got good strength and ability and agility in this field as well. And don't forget the 2 karts directly behind them on the starting grid, behind Agozzi and Apicella on that same line. You've got the 2 Paralin karts of Anatoly Kavalkin and Rashid Al-Daheri, who've been very quick out of the blocks and very rapid in terms of their overtaking prowess. They have a good chance to move up into 3rd and 4th nice and early by being on the inside line. It's a big deal from there. Salim Hanna's got a good chance from 6th on the grid, as too has the Singaporean Akshay Bora. Don't forget, he was 2nd in the final at Genk, so he is desperate to get himself back towards that sharp end. And if there's any conflagrations up front, the 2 men best poised to pick up some pieces are Cahal Clark for the Sodikart team. They're in 9th position on the starting grid. And in 10th place, the Hungarian for the Revej squad. And that, of course, is Adam Hideg, the Hungarian. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of battles we're going to see on this opening lap as drivers start to make some really interesting and choice maneuvers. Just a couple of minutes before the start of the last OK Junior heat of the weekend. But there's an awful lot of talking points to bring us into this one. James Agozzi versus Freddie Slater. And then, of course, you've got Alex Powell, the leader in the standings up to this point, wanting to try and get his way past both of them.
Yeah, all that Powell needs is a consistent result. He needs a top 3 result if he wants any chance of starting on the front row of the starting grid. Of course, James Agozzi is closest competitor. Powell with 5 points on the grid. Agozzi with 6 points. So between the 2 of them, it's kind of who finishes in front of who.
Absolutely, but there's so many other drivers who want to get a decent result in this one and might have chosen some clever tactics in terms of where they position the tyres. Obviously, every driver out there on the course has 3 front tyres and 3 rear tyres to last them from the beginning of time qualifying all the way through to this final heat. So they've got to balance when they make the decisions as to what tyres to go on and when, and they've only got 1 additional tyre to the 4 that are already on their karts, as it were. Well, 2 if you count the one on the front and 1 on the rear. So it's all about tactics and when you make that play and how you gauge when to go. Now, most of the drivers yesterday ended up putting their new front and rear tyres onto the kart on the left side at about the 4th heat. It was about that sort of time. So that left side of the car, the tyres, should still be relatively fresh, depending on whether that's the tyre they've chosen to put on.
Yeah, those left side tyres, most drivers decided to put them on, as you said, the new tyres on the left side of the kart for their final heat yesterday, just to get some extra rubber, get some extra grip around the track, as it will be an advantage for them as they have fresh rubber for pretty much 2 races on the left-hand side of the car, as they try to get the best results possible and get themselves a good starting position for the final on the grid if they qualify for the final.
So Powell in a tough position from the outside of the second row. The young man from Jamaica in the Kart Republic factory squad. Freddie Slater fighting back and doing a good job. He's got himself into the top 20 on the starting grid thus far, but another win in this one will definitely give him a much better standing point. He wants to get closer towards that top 10 of the starting grid, and a win in this heat is definitely going to give him a chance to do that. But Freddie knows how to do this now. He's already had a victory this weekend. He finished his day yesterday on the top, having struggled to get a win all weekend thus far. So he is in a good frame of mind here, Freddie Slater. And of course, with those special 3 Lions gloves on, it's Euro final day. So he's got extra motivation to give the English fans back home something to smile about. Here they come, out onto the circuit. And it's James Zigotzi from pole position, Freddie Slater second, Antonio Apicella third, and Alex Powell in fourth. Anatoly Kavalkin fifth from Salim Hanna, then Rashid Al-Daheri and Akshay Bora, Kahal Clark and Adam Hideg. Dmitry Madviv and Renaud Frankot from Augustin Bernier and Thomas Stalchamanis. Edgar Anpiligov and Marcus Saeta, Adrian Maliero and Luca Samalisto, Miguel Costa and Yaroslav Trukin, Simone Bianco and Kimi Tani from Zachary David and Hugo Hieruin, Arthur Dorisson, Theodore Odmark, Mati Subadu, Konstantin Grapin, Andy Rattel and Juan Cota Alonso. There are 29 drivers taking to the start of this one. I think we have an absence, and that is the Frenchman Hugo Hieruin. Not quite sure why he's not able to take the start. And it looks as though Juan Cota Alonso is also not in the ranks either. He must have picked up some damage after the 2 or 3 incidents he was in yesterday. So there are 28 drivers out on track for this one. But who's going to get it? Igotzi, Slater, Powell, or someone completely different?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be close. I think there's no way of really guessing who it's going to be because, as you said earlier, we had the incident between Slater and Gowda. We thought Slater had a chance to win that race, and then it all kind of went to the side, and well, quite literally as well. But the drivers make their way around the final corner. They'll get themselves into position, and James Zagotzi will be guiding the power down the straight. Slater will be looking to do what some can't do on the start, but we go green this time round, going into the first corner now. Gotti, great start. Slater drops down the order, down into 5th position. Oh, and up the inside, that's the Paralink carts making their way through. That's Antonio Apicella, and that's one of the NG courses going straight on there at the second corner. He'll rejoin the track, and we'll have to let the rest of the field through.
That's the VDK of Augustin Bernier, and stopped out on the circuit there. That's one of the Koski Motorsport machines. That's Dmitry Madviv, the Russian. So now the race leader, technically speaking, is Augustin Bernier, but we know that the actual race leader is still James Igotzi. Then it's the second place car. Igotzi is the leader. Then it's the 2 Paralins that are there in 2nd and 3rd position. So we've got Anatoly Kavalkin in front of Rashid Al-Daheri. And there is the VDK putting aside. Now I have a feeling he's going to have a 1-lap penalty potentially coming his way for skipping part of the course, even if he gives back the positions, because I've seen that time and time before. So Antonio Apicella, 4th place. Freddie Slater and Alex Powell not having a great start on that outside line at all. Slater down to 5th, Powell down to 8th. Salim Hanna has even managed to get past Alex Powell, so they are trying to make good progress through the field. You can really feel the energy and the intensity. There's Kahal Clark on the back of... now that is obviously Augustin Bernier. Bernier has dropped himself into 8th position. He really needs to give away a few more places than that, because I'm fairly sure he was further back in the field. Augustin Bernier is showing as having made up 7 places from the start. Now I'm afraid, Augustin, you need to give away a few more positions than you have.
Yeah, I mean, there's no bad intentions there. Just got caught up in the incident, went straight on, and has let as many cars as he think where he was, but he's not too sure about that. But Igotzi, great start from him. Powell and Slater really struggled on the outside line there at the start of that race. they'll now come down the home straight and cross the line. Slater a little bit better off than Powell as he has Salim Hanna separating the two drivers.
So Salim Hanna, oh, there's the move for the lead. That is Kavalkin. So Kavalkin gets past James Igotzi and takes over the lead of the race. The Paralin driver managing to make it work on the inside of James Igotzi through turn 2. Then Rashid Al-Daheri is third. Apicella, Slater, Hanna, Powell, Bernier, Clark, and then it's Akshay Bora in front of Renato Franco and Lucas Samalisto. So a very interesting battle as they come through, but Igotzi is looking likely to take back pole position for the final the way things currently stack up. He's looking to score 2 points for being second place. Alex Powell, meanwhile, is looking to score 7 for being P7. Now, I'm not entirely sure why, but the blue flag was flying. I think that's got to be for Bernier to get out of the way. So Bernier is still being told to move over and let drivers come through because he hasn't let by enough drivers. So that is exactly what he's being asked to do there, essentially. Kavalkin in front of Igotzi, and the officials still waving the blue flags at Augustin Bernier. You need to move over and let the rest of the field come by, is their attitude to that one. Salim Hanna, I think, getting the move on Antonio Apicella for 4th position. Indeed he does, so the Colombian is now through in 4th place.
Yeah, so a good job there from the driver in 4th place, Freddie Slater. He's making his way through the field. His next target will be Rashid Al-Daheri, but Alex Powell showing he has the pace to be at the front. 56.607 is the first lap set there by the Argentine Motorsport car, running on the Car Republic chassis, of course. But Powell currently in 7th position. He needs to make his way past Salim Hanna if he wants any chance of catching onto the back of Slater.
But how about this? If Kavalkin beats Igotzi in this race, and he's currently looking likely to do that as Alex Powell makes his way on the inside of Apicella, if Kavalkin keeps the victory. Oh, black flag for Augustin Bernier, we're told. So black flag, and there's been an incident elsewhere on the circuit. So 2 karts have come together there. That is Simone Bianco and Konstantin Krapin. But I'm afraid Augustin Bernier has been given the black flag. He clearly has ignored the blue flags. He hasn't got out of the way in time. So Augustin Bernier has been shown the black flag, or at least is about to be shown it. And that ends his race, and I think potentially also his weekend.
Yeah, so Augustin Bernier just not given enough positions back. The steward's not happy with his actions on the track. The black flag is going to be shown there to the driver at the back of the field. You can see once again, black flag there. Augustin Bernier just being confirmed at the bottom of our screen. And with a disqualification, that's the worst finish you can ever get him on the races. It may be the end there for Augustin Bernier.
Now, the man who came into this heat in 3rd position in the standings, Anatoly Kavalkin, if he stays in front of James Igotzi, he's going to get pole position for the final. The Russian has put himself into the best possible position. He's out in front, he's leading the race, and by default, with Igotzi taking another 2 points for second, if Kavalkin can stay ahead of James Igotzi in these final 2 laps, and he bangs in a fastest lap for good measure, then Anatoly Kavalkin is going to steal pole position for the final, his most significant result in his young fledgling career so far.
Yeah, Anatoly Kavalkin running strong out in front of the field. James Igotzi in 2nd.
Can we make a point that Freddie Slater has worked his way back into 3rd position? That is an amazing comeback from Freddie Slater, ahead of Rashid Al-Daheri and Salim Hanna. Alex Powell going well in 6th, but that is going to put him level with Matias Ferreira in 4th on the grid. So he needs to gain 1 more place, does Alex Powell. And that's going to be tricky because there's not many drivers around him. They are all up the road. He's got to hope that there's a battle on the last lap from the 5 drivers ahead of him. And I'm not sure there's going to be. They're not really close enough for that to happen. So Anatoly Kavalkin doing a fine job in this last heat. And this is the most important victory of his career coming up, because this win is going to bag him pole position for an FIA Karting weekend for the first time.
Yeah, Kavalkin, he's been dominant throughout this whole race, makes his way to the front and drives a 4/10 gap to James Igotzi behind, who is being one of the quickest drivers over the course of the weekend. But Alex Powell just not looking as strong as he has been previously in this weekend. 4/10 off the back of Salim Hanna, but there's an off there. We see dust being kicked up.
Yep. Spin at the back of the field there. That might be Edgar Piligov, I think. The checkered flag is going to come down for Kavalkin, and that books him pole position for the final this afternoon. Anatoly Kavalkin has managed to grab it at the very last moment in this weekend. So the Russian Anatoly Kavalkin will start from pole position in this afternoon's final ahead of Igozzi, Ferreira and Alex Powell, with Due de Decker fifth ahead of Ivan David, Jan Pesadovsky in front of Rashid Al-Daheri, Harley Keeble and Alexander Bondarev will be there in the points. And of course, those 10 drivers score championship points as well. So 10 points for Kavalkin, 9 for Igozzi, 8 for Ferreira and 7 for Alex Powell, on a day when Freddie Slater has not scored points in the qualifying heats. Powell has turned up the dial and gained 7 points on the championship leader, Freddie Slater. Game on.
Yeah, so far Slater, he's had a shocker of a round here in Sarno, but Anatoly Kavalkin, surprising all of us there, gets himself on pole for the final, bags himself 10 championship points. Great race for him.
Anatoly Kavalkin from James Igozzi in the final heat of the weekend. Freddie Slater fights back beautifully to third ahead of Rashid Al-Daheri and Salim Hana. Alex Powell, a valiant sixth in front of Antonio Apicella and Renaud Francot. Cahal Clark, his best result in FIA Karting, 9th place ahead of Miguel Costa. Then Lucas Amalisto and Akshay Bora, Adam Hideg and Adrian Maliero. Thomas Stolchemanis will not qualify, having been on the podium at Ornay-le-Bois. Zachary David, Theodore Odmark and Kimi Tani. 19th for Edgar and Piligov from Marcus Saeta, Yaroslav Trukin, Arthur Dorisson and Andy Rattel. The one who crashed out on the final lap was Mathis Subadou. And then Augustin Bernier out of the race after missing part of the chicane. Simone Bianco and Konstantin Krapin were caught up in their incident as well. And then, of course, Dimitri Matveev out on the first lap. Hugo Heruin and Juan Coto Alonso failing to start. But boy, oh boy, we now have a new face on pole position. And it's Anatoly Kavalkin, the Russian driver for Parolin Motorsport. There's a very genuine chance that we could see 3 new faces on the podium, which would be 2 consecutive, well, no, sorry, it would be 3 consecutive weekends when we've had 3 different drivers on the podium in junior. Because if you remember, at Genk, we had Slater, Bora, and Eichmanns on the podium. Last time out at Ornay-le-Bois, we had Ferreira, Kutskov, and Stolchemanis. So there's a genuine chance with Kavalkin, Igozzi, Ferreira, Powell, De Decker, David up the front end. We could well see 3 new faces on the podium again.
Yeah, it's very much possible. And especially with Alex Powell, he's starting at the front of the grid. As we've said, James Igozzi, he's starting at the front of the field. It's definitely going to mix it up.
So we've got 2 OK qualifying heats to come. 11:45 is the next one, so 8.5 minutes from now. And then, of course, we'll have the qualifying heat for B versus C from the drivers. The E group drivers have already finished their races for the weekend. They finished that yesterday, so some of them are obviously going to have to wait until the final to get out onto the circuit. So a fascinating battle is in the offing now for the drivers. The junior final coming up at 13:50 and the OK senior final at 14:45. Just 4 races remaining here this weekend. So while we're waiting for the next race to get underway, let's talk you around the lap of this phenomenal new layout of the circuit from Italian driver Matteo De Palo. Down the long straight into the flat-out first corner. Once you get that one nailed, you're preparing for a very open entry to the second hairpin. Then you get on the brakes, then you turn in, guiding the kart into the tighter apex as you come out, left, right, stay off the curbs if you can, then tight into the left. It accelerates and opens out on the exit. A little dash of rumble strip, then into the left, brake, right-hander. Get a good exit. Get on the power because you're down this long sweeping straight with 2 kinks in it. It's effectively a straight. Once you get to the braking zone, this is very slippery. You then turn in for the right-hander. Catch the kart on exit. You don't need any curb. Left, brake again. Right-hander. Get it turned in nicely. You should be able to just sweep in on the throttle through the left. No need for brakes there. Now you're through 1, 2, 3 dashes of apex on the left side. Now into the final turn. Brake hard, turn in, get on the power nice and early because you storm out of that final turn, catch the rumble strip, and down the main straight. 1.55 kilometers of pure adrenaline rush. What a fantastic circuit this is, and it's getting hotter all the time. 28 degrees Celsius. There's barely any clouds at all over the circuit. There's a few in the distance over the mountain ranges here, and obviously Vesuvius is looking pretty is looking pretty cotton buddy at the moment. Lots of fluffy clouds over the circuit. That means that humidity is much higher today than it was yesterday. 71% humidity. So it's going to be a much tougher day for the drivers. They're really going to feel the intensity of the heat. Even with one race to go for the drivers this morning, that is a very tricky situation for them all to be in. But these drivers who are purpose-driven and ready to rock and roll here in the FIA Karting European Championship are very much determined for the off. Pole position for this one. Fastest man from qualifying and hoping for a win on home soil. Wouldn't it be beautiful if the Italian national anthem could rain out on home soil here? Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the man in pole position.
Yeah, he was very, very quick. Out in SA, he'll be looking to do the same here in Sarno. He's shown that he has the pace to win. He knows he has the racecraft to win. He just needs to put it all together.
And he's the reigning European champion, so from his point of view, just keeping things nice and tidy and hoping for the best is where things can really come to blows. He's kind of powerless in this situation, really, because obviously the two drivers who were dominant yesterday, Artem Sevrukin and Nikola Tsolov, are going to meet in the next heat out on the circuit. So for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he essentially just needs to get the best result he possibly can. A win would be perfect to finish off his weekend heat progression, because essentially it's out of his hands now what happens to Sevrukin and Tsolov. The best case scenario that Antonelli can come up with now is third on the starting grid. That would be pretty perfect from his point of view. He can't really get pole position unless things go absolutely haywire for Sevrukin and Tsolov, which could potentially happen. You never know what will come around in the final. His best case scenario at this stage, realistically, is third on the grid, because he'll be on the inside line of that second row and won't have to worry about getting skated out to the marbles on the outside line.
Yeah, third position would be a great starting position for Antonelli. He's still in contention to battle for that win, but he's obviously not on the outside line, the dreaded outside line where we saw Slater and Powell struggle in the previous race. Antonelli, if he wants any chance of winning the race here today, he needs to start on that inside line.
So alongside him on the grid, it is the Kubica chassis, the lone Kubica chassis in the entire weekend, and that is Timothus Kucharczyk, the young man from Poland, who is there for the Birolart Racing factory team. Great to see him having jumped out of juniors at the end of last year, straight into seniors, and he's already competitive at the sharp end of the field. And what a great victory he ended his day with yesterday. Timo Kucharczyk definitely with a chance to make the podium in the OK category this weekend. There's Brando Badua, third position, the 126. He will be there in his Paralin alongside the 178, the very talented wild card this weekend, Giovanni Trentin, who will be there in fourth position on the starting grid. The ever-rising sensation, the Norwegian Martinius Stenshorn, lining up in fifth position on the starting grid, alongside the talented Frenchman Arthur Rojon, who is there in sixth place on the starting grid for the Ward Racing team aboard his Tony Kart. Then that fourth row of the grid is another man we need to keep an eye on in this one, Rafael Chavez Camara, the man who dominated at Genk in Belgium the first weekend of the season, has struggled a little bit since then, was very strong indeed last time out, of course, at Onnet-le-Bois, managed to get to the podium once again, but he's looked a little wayward so far this weekend. Sarno seems to have been his Achilles heel. It could be this weekend that ends up being his dropped score, but he needs to keep fighting fit. He needs to stay hungry, because anything can happen in this last heat and could give him a much better starting position for the final.
Yeah, anything can happen in these final heats, especially with how competitive and how much it means to these drivers. They're going to be throwing caution to the wind and absolutely gunning it, because this is what kind of sets them up for their final. This is the final chance to get a good result, to prepare themselves for the final race of the day. So this is going to be crazy.
Bruno Del Pino will line up in 8th position on the starting grid on his Tony Kart, the number 127 on the outside of the 4th row. Rounding out the top 10, a pair of Italians, Nicolo Cuman in the Exprit on the Forza, and Alfio Spina in his Paralin. They really have found a little bit of a sweet spot, obviously working very closely together with Marco Paralin and the two-time world champion Lorenzo Travasanuto, who's joined that team as a driver coach, and obviously is racing in KZ2 this year as well. They really have transformed the fortunes of the Paralin Motorsport team. They are consistently front runners in the junior. They are definitely getting towards that way in the senior category now as well. So a really exciting conflagration for the guys in red, white and black is coming forward to meet the demands of the Kart Republic squadron out front in the championship fight. But Timo Kucharczyk, leading the charge for the Birolart factory team there in second position on the starting grid alongside Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He's got a tough task here from the outside of the front row, but a couple of times already this weekend he's proven that that hasn't been his undoing.
Yeah, I think that's an important factor going into this race. Being able to prove something is one thing, and being able to improve that's definitely going to benefit him. But I've just realised that there's a little bit of shade coming over the track. I think this is the first time in the whole weekend that there's a little bit of shade coming over the circuit.
Yeah, it's a little bit higher in humidity, as we mentioned. There are a few more clouds starting to creep over the circuit. It's a very intense heat still. The air temperature is still flirting with 30 degrees Celsius. In fact, it has now reached 30 degrees Celsius, so it's only going to get higher and higher as the day progresses. By the time we reach the final, we could well have 32, 33 degrees Celsius air temperature, and that's going to make the track into the high 60s, low 70s. So we could see a very tough battle for the drivers come the final later this afternoon. There are just 2 OK qualifying races to go before we reach that point. And this will obviously set the grid for the final. For the drivers in this heat, it's damage limitation. You've got to come up with a decent result before Solov and Savrukin meet in their heat after this one. For Antonelli, a win should bag him a second row starting place on the grid. So he knows what his objective is. He knows how to do it. He's rapidly quick around this place, but he's got several drivers right on his tail trying to snatch it all away. Here we go. The drivers heading out on circuit for the last time before the final. And in qualifying heat A versus D, they will do 15.55 kilometers of racing, and it's going to be incredibly close to see who gets the job done. Andrea Kimi Antonelli from pole position, Timo Kucharczyk from second place, Brando Badua and Giovanni Trentin on the second row, Martinius Stenchon and Arthur Rojon on row 3, Rafael Camara and Bruno Del Pino, Nicolo Kuman and Alfio Spina, Juho Valtonen in 11th place from Caspian Hagman of Sweden, Matthias Mogato is alongside Emili Koivisto, the brothers Giuliano and Sandro Holtzem share the 8th row, Lucas Malek and Rasmus Yutsimis from Nikolai Violente and Roman Andriolo, then Frederick Lund and Senja Phoenix, Yannick de Brabanda, Ismo Kujarak Matkodjiav and Ivan Klimenko completing the 25 kart grid. Antonelli versus Kucharczyk to the first corner. Safe or serene?
I don't think we're going to see safe. Let's be honest here. It's the final heat for these drivers. Is anyone going to be playing it safe? No. We saw in the OKJs, 1 lap into the race, we already have defensive driving. We have overtakes all over the place. No one is going to be conserving any time or any pace in this race.
So Antonelli will be forming up there with Timo Kucharczyk. Brando Badua, Giovanni Trentin, the wild card, having been so impressive in time qualifying. It's never quite been able to string together a top 3 result in the heats because obviously this field is prolifically ruthless. Let's see how the start goes. I think it's going to be a perfect one, and it is indeed. Let's race for the penultimate time before the finals, and Kucharczyk slots into 3rd place behind Brando Badua. Very sensible start from the pole. Damage limitation, as we mentioned, and it's Antonelli who takes the lead as they come through the second hairpin. No problems on the exit. Oh, contact! That looked like the Praga of Yannick de Brabanda going off. Indeed it is, so de Brabanda has tangled. Couldn't see who it was he's come together with, but certainly it's game over for the Belgian, and that's definitely going to affect his standings in the championship fight. Now Kucharczyk has got a bit of a pressure underneath him. He's got pressure, he goes into second as a result, and that's a good move from Camara to go side by side with Arthur Rojon. Rojon tries to get him back on the switch, and he has not managed to get there. So Antonelli out in front and already charging away from Kucharczyk as quickly as possible.
Yep, trying to run away from Kucharczyk as Antonelli's doing a great job at it so far. We saw this performance out in SA. Is he going to repeat it here for the final, for the final heat here in Sarnafame up the inside? That's a move there from one of the Czech Republic drivers. That's Giovanni Trentin making an overtake there, but straight back in. There goes Martinius Stenchon as he makes his way through back past Giovanni Trentin. But Antonelli, 1 second gap back to Kucharczyk already. He's trying to pull away with it, and he's doing a good job so far.
I think Trentin and Stenchon both managed to get the move actually on Brando Badua, so they are up to 3rd and 4th place now. Badua in the Paralin, having originally started in 2nd place, really struggling, and that's the move from Trentin, getting through to defend from Martinius Stenchon. Stenchon deliberately trying to force the issue there on the inside line. Trentin covering his bases on the outside line and managing to hold station for the moment. Antonelli doing what he needs to do though out front, and just keeping himself honest on the inside. That's a nice move from the Paralin to get past his teammate. I think that's Spina on Badua. So Spina has got past Badua there. Bruno Del Pino, 9th place. Caspian Hagman, what a drive back through the field it is from Hagman into 9th position. There's the move again from Trentin. He gets in on Kucharczyk. A much stronger drive from Giovanni Trentin this time. He is now in P2 at the head of the cavalcade, charging after Antonelli.
Trentin looking very strong in this race, especially for a wildcard driver. He's putting down the pace, and he's proving to these guys that race in the championship full time that he's a force to be reckoned with when it comes to this round. But Antonelli, 1.5 seconds back to Trentin. Can he try and pull it down? The Car Republic driver in the 178, he'll try his best.
Some good progress from many drivers in the field early doors. Caspian Hagman into the top 10. Excellent to see him making progress, up 3 places. Several other drivers on the move. Spina's up 4. Corvisto's up a couple. Malek is up 4 places. Roman Andriolo is up 5. Nikolai Violenti and Senya Phoenix, 2 Russians working their way through the field and making good progress. And Ivan Klimenko is up 7 as a result of taking it nice and carefully on the mid part of the field. So an excellent run there so far. As the field continues to battle now, here we pick up Kamara, hustling Alfio Spina. And Kamara doing a great job to get himself back into the top 5. Nicolo Kuman is the fastest driver in the field now. That was well picked up to follow Kamara and Spina, because they are having a nice little duel there for 6th position. Here comes Kamara on the inside. Bang! Superb. And there's a little bit of a wobble on the exit as Badua can't quite keep it stationary enough on the exit. So Bruno Del Pino gets by as well.
Yeah, great move there from Kamara. Opens the floodgates there on Badua as he's just not able to hold the car. He loses another position there, but you can see that's the field led by Trentin. He's got Kucharczyk, Stenchon, and Spina behind all 4 of these drivers, working in ceremony to try and catch on to these drivers ahead. Well, drivers. I say Antonelli, but up the inside, not working together anymore there. But they bang wheels. That's Trentin as he tries to hold on to his position. Kucharczyk makes his way through. Stenchon gets put to the back of the pack. Spina gets his way through.
I wonder if there was a little bit of rubbing there between the 2 karts. When I say that, I'm using the Days of Thunder term. Rubbing is racing. There was a little bit of nudging. Look, he's coming at it again as now Kucharczyk stabs on the brakes, defends the kart for his life on the inside line. Trentin trying to force the issue to come through. You've got to be careful, though, because you cannot afford a loose front fairing in the last heat of the weekend. You lose 5 seconds for a loose front fairing at this stage of the weekend. It's absolute curtains. Here's the move from Spina. What a comeback drive from Alfio Spina. He's trying to shut the door on Trentin, leaves him enough room that he has to bail out. But Alfio Spina, what a drive from the Italian. He's had so much bad luck in the last 18 months. Now he's making his own luck. Trentin back on the inside. Can he get there? No. Stenchon gets there instead. Kamara tries to follow in behind. And Bruno Del Pino jumps the gun on the inside.
I think it's fair to say that Antonelli's checked out of this race with all this battling going on behind. That's just allowed him to walk away with it. 3.5 seconds is now what separates Antonelli, Kucharczyk, and the group behind, but defending on the inside, that's Matthias Stenchon, as he has pressure there from Trentin behind. Trentin tries to make his way through on Stenchon as they make their way through the most difficult section on track. We've seen a couple of overtaking opportunities through here, and a couple have been executed. We saw Harley Keeble a couple of races ago manage to pull that one off, going around the final corner now. Kucharczyk still leading the charge onto the back of Antonelli. Manages to cut down the time just a little bit, but it's not enough.
And this is ominous for the final, isn't it? Because Antonelli checking out to the tune of 3 seconds clear after 6 laps. And this could be a real threat to the drivers if he gets a decent starting position on the grid, and he's looking likely to be about 3rd position at the moment. If he can sustain this kind of pace and this kind of speed, then he's got a real chance of something pretty spectacular as the field continues on its way. So into the back straight, Kucharczyk in front of Spina, and Stenchon up the inside, gets through on Giovanni Trentin to defend the move, but Trentin's trying to come back at him. Stenchon holds the kart to the inside apex, keeps it nice and steady. So Stenchon there in front of Giovanni Trentin. Kamara, 6th position. Raining down on their parade, Del Pino, Valtonen, Hagman, and then in 10th place it is Lucas Malek, up 7 places, doing a great job. Then Badua, Rojon, Kuman, Corvisto, Andriolo, Violenti, Holtzem and Phoenix. A very good run so far.
Yep, very good run
there.
And that's an off.
Now that's running wide. That is Giovanni Trentin, and that opens the floodgates. As into the pits comes one of the Holtzems. I think that's going to be Sandro. No, it's Giuliano. I do apologize. Giuliano Holtzem coming into the pit. So Sandro is still out there. We had a big run wide. I think that was Giovanni Trentin losing massive ground through the first corner. So Trentin once again had a slight error and it's dropped him back.
Trentin had a brilliant start at the start of this race. He just kind of fell back from there on. We've seen this with quite a few drivers throughout the weekend. We've seen Arvid Lindblad, one of the championship contenders, even fall victim to this issue. But you can see there, that's Matthias Stenchorn trying to defend from Rafael Kamara as Kamara makes his way back through the field. He's managed to make his way back a bit of fourth, and he'll be looking for a third. Sorry, he's made his way back in a fifth. He'll be looking for that fourth position. Stenchorn still holding the position to go up in the second corner. Will Kamara try anything as they make their way in? No, he won't. Stenchorn holds on to the position for now.
So some really exciting battles here as we've got Kucharczyk back in front of Spina for second, and this is Stenchorn versus Kamara for P4. Kamara genuinely has a chance to break into that top four now. Stenchorn is doing his best to keep it covered. But what a phenomenal performance and display it's been so far. Stenchorn trying to second guess where Kamara's going to go, but he's got him. He's absolutely nailed him on the inside line there. He kept Stenchorn second guessing, popped out from the inside line. That'll do.
Yep, brilliant move there from Kamara. Gets himself up in a fourth position. Matthias Stenchorn, though, he'll be looking for that position back as soon as possible as they make their way down towards the final corner now, and across the line will be Antonelli. He'll start the final lap now. Antonelli has been absolutely dominant this race. He's been commanding the rest of the field. No one else has been able to touch him for the rest of this race. As we have the rest of the field now come across the line there, you can see the driving masterclass of the 101 in this race. 3.5 seconds. He's returned to his SA ways.
He's the reigning European champion, and in his current form, he is a genuine contender to become the first man in this century to win back-to-back European crowns. It is an absolutely phenomenal drive from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Nobody in the 2000s and the 2010s has ever been able to retain their title. In the 2020s, this is a great chance for Antonelli to do so. He won it last year, and he's on course to do it again. This is the kind of form he needs to make it happen. Antonelli takes the victory in his final heat of the weekend. He is still in contention. He is still the man on form. But what can he do in the final? If we know Antonelli, he is a serious, serious contender for the big show.
Yeah, he definitely is. And as we've mentioned a few times over this weekend, including the drop round of the first round in Genk, he is currently the championship leader. Remember, he got a clean sweep in SA, and it isn't looking like he'll be able to get the clean sweep this time. Doesn't look like he may be able to get pole position, but he is in contention to win the race.
So Kucharczyk in second place and Spina in third is very good for their opportunities to break into the top end of the field. So there's still opportunities for them, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli making it look so easy out in front. And that's a very impressive result for the Italian stallion. Kucharczyk in second place, Alfio Spina in third position. And there is Yannick de Brabanda walking away. That is the end of his weekend, rather sadly. The Belgian, who has returned to full-time competition this year with the Praga factory team, he's not going to make the final. Andrea Kimi Antonelli in pole position this race. Timothée Kucharczyk and Alfio Spina, Rafael Kamara and Matthias Stenchorn. Bruno Del Pino and Giovanni Trentin, Lukas Malik and Juha Valtonen, Caspian Hagman in P10. Emili Koivisto and Brando Badoa really struggling in that race. Arthur Rojon also in trouble. Andriolo and Kuman with Nicolai Violente and Senja Phoenix, her best result of the season. Matthias Mogato in 18th place. Then Frederick Lund and Ivan Klimenko, Isma Kujarak Makodjiav and Sandro Holtzem. So a fabulous race in the midfield. Retirements unfortunate for Giuliano Holtzem and Yannick de Brabanda. Rasmus Yutsimis not able to take up the start. Well, fascinating stuff and thrilling battles. Some great drives through the field there. Some good maneuvers made up. Lukas Malik, the hard charger, up 9 places. Alfio Spina up 7. Roman Andriolo up 6. And both Senja Phoenix and Ivan Klimenko making up 5 places from their grid positions. So good races from plenty of drivers in the field. And a really solid end to the weekend for several races in the pack. But now comes the heat we've all been waiting for. A versus D is done. It's now B versus C. And this will tell us who's going to be pole position for the OK Senior Final.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one. We got Nicholas Solov. He's going to be starting in 3rd position. But then, as we know, for the Ward Racing team, we have his Russian counterpart. Also won 3 of his races. It's going to be an interesting battle between the two of them. But don't count out the likes of Rintaro Sato. Sato, he's been very strong this weekend. He's had some amazing results. Unfortunately, he has had one DNF, but the 153 in the Ricky Flynn Motorsport colours is starting in P4.
So we've obviously got a very interesting set of drivers to watch out on the circuit in this one. The driver who starts in P4, as you mentioned, is Rintaro Sato. On Friday, we caught up with his father, the 2-time Indy 500 winner Takuma Sato, to describe how Rintaro has been getting on and his own karting journey in comparison to the world of the FIA Karting Championship these days.
Obviously, last year for everybody it's a very challenging time with a lot of restriction for travel that I couldn't really come over to the Europe. But this is, yeah, like you said, it's the first time actually come to the European Championship, helping out to the my friend Ricky, and of course my son is racing there. So it's nice to see them all, and this is just a fantastic opportunity. It's a very different environment when I started. My time was, obviously at that time it's a lot of competition karters, it's always all over the world. But my case, of course, the parents have no idea for the racing. So I started racing myself when I was 20 and did only a year and a half for the karting and then jumped onto the cars after that. This level of all the kids starting from this, the most pinnacle and the most competitive series in the European Championship in here, it's absolutely fantastic environment. So seeing with all the 11 years old, 12, 13 years old, you know, then get to the 15 years old, to absolutely the pinnacle in the karting here, it's just great to see it, and their development, learning a skill, the racecraft, managing the tires, everything is here. I hope he's finding himself a lot of opportunity here. And most importantly, have a fun. That's important because you don't want to be too intense in this age. I know everybody naturally get most competitive out of there, so a lot of pressure on the shoulder for the tiny little boys. But you know, for the Rintaro's case, I wanted just him to explore himself, to feel it out, and if he then have a great race, that's for me it's a happy moment. And to see any opportunities comes along to him, that we take it. In childhood days, it's just for everyone else, you know, it doesn't have to be in the racing part, but it's absolutely make what you are. And for the environment, you know, I think everybody trying to go one goal. The age is just regardless nationality and an age. Everybody trying to together with the mechanics and engineers and team owners and sponsors, and to be in that environment for when you're a teen. I think it's very important for the future life, even not you doing on the racing itself, but I think it make it what you are. Here in particular, a lot of children has so much determination and obligation, and I think that being that competition made you only stronger. I think every part is very, very important. To me, it's extremely valuable to go to the UK to learn how to speak English, because at that time I had zero English, you know, when I first come to the UK. Living with your team owner at the homestaying at first, and through the many hours with the mechanics and how to learn English, and you know, go to language school, etc., etc. Living outside the world, your own country, the different cultures, and you have to cope so many things. And for me, I think every single minute is so important. Actually, the track time is extremely valuable for the kids too. So I think in the end, everybody comes through this competitive field to go to the pinnacle of the racing, either sports car series or Formula. Either way, they know what to do. So I think for me, the experience I've gone through it, wasn't competitive karting series, but to me it was enough to give me a great competition motivation and experience through here.
Good to hear from Sato-san, and obviously Rintaro Sato will be going off the second row of the starting grid for this one. Arvid Lindblad in pole position for the Kart Republic factory team, but the two men to watch for in this one are second and third on the grid. They were unbeaten yesterday, 3 heats, 3 victories apiece. Artem Savrukin for the Ward Racing team aboard his Tony Kart on the outside of the front row, and Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian, who is there on his Alonso kart in third position on the grid on the inside line of the second row. Neither driver lost the race yesterday. Today, it's going to be a battle of wits between the two. Whoever gets ahead of the other is going to have the best possible chance of getting the pole position. But if neither of them get past Arvid Lindblad, then Lindblad becomes a real hunter in the battle for the final this weekend as well. Lindblad's been solid and consistent all the way through. He hasn't retired from a race. He's kept himself at the sharp end. He's lost a couple of positions, but he's never really lost anything major. He is in contention for a shot at this race victory. And as far as Arvid Lindblad is concerned, this is a chance to really certainly go for an opportunity to get back on terms with the likes of Kamara and Antonelli. And this race, they may have found something special in terms of setup.
Yeah, Lindblad definitely in contention for a good result. 1 minute remaining for these drivers before they get out on the circuit. You can see now all the drivers just about getting into their karts, getting themselves prepared for the start of the race. Lindblad, though, can he hold on to the win with such strong drivers around him?
It's been wonderful to watch these drivers come up through the ranks, and we watched Arvid Lindblad, of course, in the junior category. Was a great contender, fought for the World Championship at Portimao last year, has stepped up to the seniors this year as a Red Bull young gun, and people are already starting to discuss him as a potential new wave of Red Bull talent in the shades of Daniel Ricciardo and Max Verstappen years gone by. Now there's a chance for him on the front row of this starting grid to showcase that skill once again. But Sevrukin and Tsolov are right there, second and third on the grid, and they have not lost a race so far this weekend. Rintaro Sato, fourth position on the starting grid, and there's plenty of drivers chasing them down who want a piece of the action too. Here we go, the last race of the day before the finals, and now we're going to see some real fireworks as the final grid for the OK Senior Final later is going to be set from this race. Arvid Lindblad and Artem Sevrukin on the front row from Nikola Tsolov and Rintaro Sato. Marlon Hernandez and Evan Gilter on all French row 3. Yuga Chukwu and James Wharton from Victoria Blachina and Rafael Modenese. Eliska Babichkova and Nathan Sharp from Luigi Coluccio and Flavio Olivieri. Michael Paparo and Nicolas Bertolatti from Kuba Rashki and Teresa Babichkova. Nicola Lacorte and Gerard G from Morgan Porter. Ruben Moya, Mario Schettino, Eduardo Villa and Laurence de Certois. This could be a fascinating race, especially with Lindblad not wanting to lose a position. Sevrukin and Tsolov have a score to settle.
Yeah, Sevrukin and Tsolov, they both have won 3 heats between the both of them. So they'll be looking for one of them to win a 4th. Not both of them can win the race, but Arvid Lindblad, he's going to try and make it heartbreak for both.
Looks as though Morgan Porter has elected not to start this race after the difficulties of yesterday. Spoke with him last night. He was bitterly frustrated. Nothing's gone my way this weekend. We've just got to write it off, forget about it, and go to Zuera in 2 weeks' time and put it all right again. So hopefully we'll see Morgan Porter back to the front of the field where he belongs. But for these guys, this is their ultimate challenge at the front of the field. They've got to spread out into their 2 tram lines. They are guided to do so by the race officials. And now Lindblad versus Sevrukin can begin. Let's race! Up to the first corner, and it's a perfect start from the front 2. Tsolov breaks clear of Sevrukin, and that could be the deciding moment. Tsolov ahead of Sevrukin already, but Lindblad is your leader. So the 2 losses from yesterday, the 2 dominant forces, Tsolov and Sevrukin, running second and third, and it all comes down to which one beats the other. Now, can Tsolov get on terms with Lindblad? He's beaten him in every heat so far this weekend, don't forget. So, for the 4th time, Tsolov will be shaping up to go for Lindblad. If he does it nice and early, then this one could be put to bed already.
Yeah, Tsolov, he needs to get into the lead as early as possible. He needs to get into the front and move on with his own race. He needs to try and pull away from the rest of the pack. That's going to be his best chance of winning this heat. But Arvid Lindblad, he's just going to be parking that Red Bull Car Republic at the front of the field. But watch out behind. We have 2 very quick drivers in the form of Artem Sevrukin and Nikola Tsolov.
Whatever happens, Arvid Lindblad's best grid position that he can take from these heats is going to be a 5th place finish. It's as simple as that. The highest he can start on the grid is P5, so it's obviously going to be tricky. Sevrukin goes to battle with Tsolov, gets the move, so now the rivalry between these 2 can really begin in force. Sevrukin takes back pole position for the final. These 2 are the implacable rivals in this heat. Whoever beats the other is going to start the final from pole.
Yep, Sevrukin makes his way past Tsolov, responds immediately up the inside, manages to hold that position, gets back into second. Savrukin not trying to leave him any room, but Solov won't let him get away with it.
Sato managed to get Marlon Hernandez behind them as well. So Rintaro Sato, the Japanese driver, now up into 4th place with Yuga Chukwu bearing down on both of them in 6th position. So he could get the move on Marlon Hernandez, which he does in the final bend. Yuga Chukwu storms up the inside line. And as they end lap 2 with 8 to go, they are 20% of the way through this one. Solov in 2nd place ahead of Savrukin is looking at pole position for the final later. But Arvid Lindblad is the leader in the heat. A big mistake from Savrukin. He drifts wide as he tried to gain a little bit more momentum behind Solov. The back end comes around. Arvid Lindblad, though, is the race leader. His victory will guarantee him 5th position on the starting grid for the final, which is crucial. That'll be on the inside line, don't forget.
Yeah, inside line, as we said, it's very, very important for the final to come. As we've seen throughout pretty much every single race over the course of the weekend, the outside line has been dreading for these drivers.
It's not every day you get 2 women racers in the top 10 of an FIA karting heat, and we have on this occasion Victoria Blokina in 8th place, the Russian, along with the young Czech Eliska Babičková. They have both got themselves into the top 10 at this early phase of the heat. Great work from both of them, so hopefully they can stay there. It would be fantastic to see the continuing push for diversity and challenge. Up the inside, that's Sato on Savrukin. Now that is crucial. Rintaro Sato takes the place away from Artem Savrukin. That's going to really halt Savrukin's charge. He can't afford to lose too many places, and Yuga Chukwu is catching him rapidly. So if he does lose traction, if he does lose places, Savrukin, Antonelli is in the hunt to grab 2nd place from him on the sidelines.
Rintaro Sato on amazing form this weekend, and especially in this race. Fastest lap was set by him previously, but Rintaro Sato just making his way through. Artem Savrukin falls victim to the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car, but Nicholas Solov ahead. Will he be able to keep Sato at bay?
Now Solov is charging after Lindblad. Now this could be interesting, because if Solov gets through, not only does he go unbeaten, but Lindblad would drop to 6th on the starting grid. He would swap sides of the 3rd row, and into 5th position on the grid would come Joe Turney. Now that could be very interesting come the final. We saw how strong he was yesterday. He isn't on the grid for the heats this morning because he's already completed all 4 races yesterday. So if Turney gets ahead of Lindblad on the inside line of the grid in the later final, that will give the Tony Kart driver plenty of chances to work for the victory. Warning flag in this one for Flavio Olivieri. So Olivieri has already got a little bit of a warning ticked off there. The fastest first sector of the race has come from Victoria Blokina on this lap. She's up to 7th now, past James Wharton. So Victoria Blokina in the Ward Racing Tony Kart, what a little sensation she's becoming.
On a good drive right now is Blokina, but Arvid Lindblad, if he loses one more position, that's going to be anything but more than ideal.
P6 now for Blokina. She's got past Marlon Hernandez.
Wow.
So Blokina is making brilliant progress in this one. Shades of Maya Wurg last season, who of course went on to become part of the Ferrari Driver Academy, of which James Wharton is also a member. So great to see that there are more strong women in the field. We saw Senja Phoenix do a good job in the previous heat to work her way up 5 places from her grid position, and that's given the momentum and the impetus to Victoria Blokina and Eliska Babičková, both of whom are making good progress through the field. Lindblad in the lead of this one. Up the inside, that is Gilter getting through on the inside of James Wharton for 8th position. Eliska Babičková is the next one on the road, and this is her best performance so far. The wild card is right up there in 10th position. Here she is, swarming around behind James Wharton. Evan Gilter is the one in front, but watch for Eliska Babičková. She's got good confidence, she's got good speed on the inside of James Wharton. Eliska Babičková into P9.
Great move there from Babičková, but if we look back to the front of the grid, Sato is all over the back of Solov. He checks over his shoulder and he sees him there. Up the inside, late move there from Sato. Asserts his dominance up into 2nd position, and he'll take that position and move on. Next target, Arvid Lindblad.
Well, Sato has definitely shown Solov a bit of a surprise. I don't think the Bulgarian thought he was going to come past him in this one. They can't catch Lindblad. He is having a wonderful drive out in front. A Sunday morning drive in the Italian sunshine for him. But Sato has taken on Solov and got the place. Now, that is a problem for Solov because the next man on the road is Artem Savrukin, so he cannot afford to be backed into the Russian's path. Otherwise, pole position could disappear for the final.
Yeah, Artem Savrukin, he is now the next car ahead. It is Nicholas Solov, but if you look very, very close behind Savukin. We'll see this shiny silver helmet of Ugo Chukwu as he catches onto the back of the P4 driver. Right now, he'll be looking to make his bid very soon. Nicholas Olive just sitting in the slipstream of Rintaro Sato right now and just trying to hang on to the back of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart.
Now, Ugo Chukwu has got a real opportunity here. He is currently 10th on the grid for the final, but if he gets past Artem Severukin, he will go up to 9th. So that's really important from his point of view, again, to be on the inside line in the top 10. So Ugo Chukwu has plenty of reasons to get on with this and make his overtaking move on Artem Severukin. He really has to make light work of this now, but there's still time, and they're on lap 8 of 10. Lindblad isn't going to lose this one unless something goes horrifically wrong for the British driver out front. He has definitely found the pace in this final heat of the day, and he is charging his way forward. Excellent stuff so far. Solov is back on terms with Sato. 2 laps to go. He'll want to get past the Japanese driver nice and early into the hairpin. Can he step up the attack? He's looking for the move. Sato covers his bases.
Yep, Sato still holding off Nicholas Solov for the time being. But with this being the penultimate lap of the race, Solov will start becoming desperate to try and get past the driver ahead of him of Rintaro Sato. But if he does start battling with the Japanese driver ahead, he risks Savukin catching onto the back of them.
I'm fairly sure that if Nikola Solov does manage to secure this 3rd place and hang on in front of Artem Severukin, he will be the first Alonso kart driver ever to start an FIA karting race final from pole position. So that would be an amazing accolade for the Bulgarian, and he knows the weight of that opportunity into the final turn. And with 1 lap to go behind Lindblad, Sato is holding on a 2nd, but Solov is hungry for more.
Yep, Solov, he won't settle for 3rd position. He's a great driver and a racer at heart, so he'll look for any opportunities available. You can see Sato going tight through the top corner, defending and holding his line from Nicholas Solov as he desperately looks left and right for any gap available to try and make his way past the driver in P2 right now, but the Japanese driver just stopping it on the apex of every corner and holding his line. Blakina gets a fast lap. Great drive from her so far in this race, 54.923. But there you see, that's Artem Savukin, Ugo Chukwu all over the back of the Ward Racing driver. As we see Rintaro Sato still sitting ahead of Nicholas Solov, but Arvid Lindblad makes his way into the final bend. Brilliant drive all race from him as he makes his way down the home straight for the final time in this race to cross the line.
Solov!
Solov's going for it at the up the inside, as it's side by side across the line. Oh, it's so close between them. 18 thousandths separates Rintaro Sato and Nicholas Solov. He tries to switch back out the corner, just can't quite make it stick. Lindblad, though, dominant like Antonelli.
What a brilliant run from Arvid Lindblad. He takes the victory at an absolute canter and steals the fastest lap of the race away from Victoria Blokina on the final lap as well, just for good measure. So Arvid Lindblad, fabulous race, but the 2nd fastest driver of that race was Victoria Blokina. She ended on a 55.04. Absolutely brilliant run there. The fastest lap before that was a 54.923. What a great end to the weekend for Victoria Blokina, and she'll make the final with that 6th place drive. Excellent work. And there are 2 women in the top 10 in the final heat of the weekend. Excellent work. But Nikola Solov will be pole position for the final as things currently stand. Here's the final result for the final heat of the weekend. Arvid Lindblad takes the win from Rintaro Sato, 18 thousandths of a second ahead of Nikola Solov. Artem Severukin in P4, he'll start on the front row. And then it's Ugo Chukwu in front of the brilliant Victoria Blokina. Evan Gilter and Marlon Hernandez from Luigi Coluccio and Eliska Babichkova in the top 10. James Wharton 11th from Laurence de Certua, Michael Paparo and Nicolas Bertolatti. Gerard G and Ruben Moya from Flavio Olivieri and Teresa Babichkova. Then 19th is Rafael Modanese in front of Nathan Sharp. Nicola Lacorte struggles to 21st in front of Kuba Rashki with Eduardo Villa in 23rd. Morgan Porter failed to start. Mario Scatino retired from the race 5 laps from home. Well, I tell you what, this is going to be one heck of a final later. Solov and Savukin on the front row. Antonelli will be 3rd. Kucharczyk in 4th from Lindblad, Turney, Stenchon, Kamara, Andreasen and Ugo Chukwu. And they will all score championship points. 10 points for Solov, down to 1 point for Ugo Chukwu. Now we've got a competition on our hands this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be so close when we make our way into the final race for the OK class. I'm definitely looking forward to this one. As you said, all the drivers getting those points, which is crucial to their championship fight and championship charge. But who's going to take it? That's the question.
It's unpredictable in both classes.
It really is.
That's what we love about it. It's going to be tough for both classes to be decided and settled. It's going to be a pair of brilliant new faces on pole position. Anatoly Kavalkin for the junior, Solov for the senior. We're going to take our pause in proceedings to allow the Orange Army around the circuit to get some refreshment and some rest. And we'll also have our lunch break. But while we are on that break, we will treat you to some of the FIA promotional footage, as well as, of course, the highlights from the weekends of the first 2 rounds of the 2021 Championship at Genk in Belgium and at Aulnay-le-Bois in France. We'll see you back here at 1:30 for the build-up to the finals.
Hi, I'm Mick Schumacher.
Hi, I'm Julian Alaphilippe. More than 1 million people are killed on our roads each year.
That's nearly 3,700 people dying in road crashes every day. Road users must work together to keep our roads safe.
Simple actions from all road users can prevent road crashes.
Obey speed limits and slow down in reduced visibility conditions.
Signal your intentions in advance.
Keep a safe distance.
Make sure you are visible. Wear a helmet and obey the circulation rules.
Be aware of cyclist routes and bicycle paths. Ensure safe passing distance when overtaking cyclists. Everyone has a role to play to make our roads safer for all of us.
Following simple rules can help save your life and the lives of others.
what does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What better way to start the FIA Karting European Championships than at Karting Genk, the home of champions? Racing will be more intense than ever in 2021, with the world still under COVID-19 restrictions. But with the unpredictable weather throwing up rain showers throughout the heats and making tyre strategy an impossible guessing game, the competitors have to stay focused and be more determined than ever before. On board at Karting Genk with Tom Bryken, charging to the first corner where the kart can get loose easily if you miss your braking point by even a metre. Once it tightens, you can get back on the power ready for another big stop into the left-hander. The kart just keeps accelerating through the next two lefts before a good overtaking spot into 5. Brake hard but steady and tuck the kart close to the curb. Then parallel to the bypass, the speed is immense and the big braking zone can catch out many a driver. Avoid the flip-flops on the left or you'll be exceeding track limits. Coax the kart through the double right and balance the throttle, protect the exit and guide the kart back into the left-hand hairpin. You're heading for the grandstand now before a big stop into the right-hander at turn 10. Stay off the curb and you'll get the best line of trajectory for the left, and then another big stop for the final bend. A tight but complex right. But if you turn in precisely, the kart will give you traction and balance, enough to get you over the line with good momentum to do it all over again.
In 2018, Giancarlo Minardi spoke with Toto Wolff. Toto decided to send Gwen Lagrue, that is the boss of Mercedes Junior Driver Program. He saw that I was getting good results. I had the speed, and then they decided to take me. During the whole weekend, I speak a lot with them. I give all the feedback. Obviously, I speak a lot, especially with Gwen. Always also after a race weekend, I explain how it goes.
I think, of course, it affects you quite a bit because it really shows that people are watching you from the top level. Yeah, I think it helps because through the several categories, even if you see champions from Formula 2, even if they don't have the like a Formula 1 team supporting them and they still win the championship, they don't go to Formula 1 because there's no seat. Of course, you feel really good if a top team is looking at you, and also, of course, it's important for your future if you have a top team looking at you.
It's just been really exciting. Being part of a Formula 1 program is my first time. It's definitely not a golden ticket to the top, and I still need to work incredibly hard. At the end of the day, I just need to deliver results. I think that's the best way to keep people happy, but from the communication point of view, there's not that much going on behind the scenes. It's sort of just, I'm doing my own thing and just doing as best as I can.
I was the youngest at the time to get sponsored by a Formula 1 team. And you know, Mercedes is such a big family and they're really at the top of their game right now in Formula 1. So I was very happy not only for myself but for my family and the rest of my country and the whole Caribbean, because I know how much I've given up and my whole family have given up so much for me. So I kind of felt that brought me one step closer. I still have a long way to go, but I know that Mercedes will do their best to try and get me to Formula 1, hopefully one day.
I'm very happy to be supported by McLaren. They're a very big team in Formula 1, and I hope to drive for them in the future. Not much has changed for my career for now. I'm still in karting, still with Kart Republic, and I just have to do the best job I can. We got a call from Zach Brown. We heard that they were interested in talking to us. I'm confident in this year, I'm confident in this season that I could do well. So I'm happy for the support and we'll see how it goes.
That was when I was in Le Mans for the World Championship, and they told me that I would be participating in the Sauber Academy, which was fantastic for me. It's really nice to have a Formula 1 team supporting you. And yeah, like I said, doesn't really change my personal weekend because for me there's no pressure, it's my rookie year. I'm really taking it as an opportunity and I'm just still trying to do the best I can.
I was lucky to be chosen out of Australia. Then we go into a camp, a scouting camp in Maranello itself, where we do some mental training, where we do physical training, and we actually do 2 days in the Formula 4 car at the end of the week. And then after a couple of months they work out who is the best suited for the position, and I got the amazing call on January 1st this year, and it was the best it's been. It took a couple of months really until I got back over in Europe to really work out what just happened for my career itself. So yeah, very good.
One team like Formula 1 put effort to young driver and they choose our team. For us, it's very good things for sure. On the past, the same situation. If we go back more than 20 years ago, we have a Lewis, we have a Nico Rosberg, we have a Kubica sometimes, and we try our best. We try to teach to him how is to be professional driver, step by step. This is like the primary school to be Formula One driver.
To be honest with you, under the technical aspect, there's no interference from Ferrari. But what I feel is that they are very keen to know what driver has been doing over the race weekends. They are focusing on their approach, and I see they want the drivers to start at a young age to develop a professional approach to the race meetings and the work as a driver.
Ian Eichmans would start the final from pole position on home soil, with reigning world champion Freddie Slater alongside him, but on the outside line and at a big disadvantage. As the field went into turn 1, Akshay Bora and Dion Gowda, the two young men from Singapore, were able to gain a decent position to follow and pursue the leader Eichmans and slot in ahead of Slater. Lucas Samalisto and Matthias Ferreira made light work of Alex Powell on the run to turn 5, where Paralin's young Emirati Rashid Al-Daheri made his own move to pass. Eichmans, Bora and Gowda were already starting to battle up front, with Slater keeping a watching brief, whilst further back behind them there would be plenty of drama. Jan Puchu and Joel Bergstrom ended up parked together at turn 6, with several drivers forced to take avoiding action. Up front, Eichmans was defending already, eagerly hoping to capitalise on his early weekend form, having won 4 times in 5 heats leading up to the final. But with this being his first major taste of racing at this level, even local knowledge wasn't enough to keep the freight train behind him. Bora, Gowda and Slater were all able to squeeze through at the first corner, leaving Eichmans to slip from 1st to 4th. So now it was a Singapore 1-2 with Slater in 3rd position. Now the leader started to increase his pace in his hope to get away, but Slater wasn't prepared to wait around for long and made a bold overtake into turn 9 on teammate Gowda. Now he was back into 2nd position again. Eichmans soon edged himself back into contention with a solid move in the final hairpin back into 3rd, whilst Al-Daheri and Maxime Rem were making a fierce race of it with Samalisto and Ferreira. Gowda retaliated against Eichmans, but it would only last a few metres as Eichmans took the place back instantly. Enzo Deligny was now joining the cavalcade, which was starting to form up rapidly behind the battle for the podium. Gowda was adamant that he could finish on the podium and tried again into turn 5, only for Eichmans to take back the move on the undercut again. But as Gowda veered wide on the exit, he was fortunate to stay on the road and lost out to his teammate Maxime Rem and the Jamaican star Alex Powell. Rashid Al-Daheri made his next bid and passed Gowda, but then civil war broke out at Kart Republic as Samalisto tapped his teammate Ferreira into an airborne spin, which dropped both drivers down the order. So, whilst the battle continued with plenty of aggression in the midfield, Slater had been hunting down Bora, and when the moment presented itself to the young British driver into turn 1, the world champion didn't need to be asked twice. Freddie Slater was now in front, but one of the local heroes was out of the race. Tom Braken's solid weekend for Stanpex Motorsport had ended in disappointment. Deligny was now becoming a force to be reckoned with, and he made a passing move on Dion Gowda. But despite making a successful move into the final corner, Gowda wasn't prepared to play ball and made the same move into the first corner to retake the position. However, Deligny was relentless and forced the issue again in the next apex. 3 moves in 3 corners, and Deligny was the victor. Harley Keeble had been working his way through the field after a tricky weekend at the office, but now he was giving pressure to Al-Daheri on the Paralin chassis. Down the main straight, he lined up the textbook passing manoeuvre and made it look quite straightforward. It turned out he wasn't done yet, as a lap later he caught and passed Maxime Rem into turn 5. Rashid Al-Daheri had realised that following Keeble was a smart move, as the Tony kart clearly had pace. So without hesitation, Al-Daheri moved ahead of Rem to stay on Keeble's tail. Elsewhere, the race ended abruptly for Matthias Ferreira, who never recovered from that airtime and left the race with wildcard Kevin Lantinga.
Julius Dinesen and August Derbo were making up for lost time in the heats and set their sights firmly on Edgar Anpiligov, and with safety in numbers, the pair were able to sweep by. A difficult weekend for all three drivers, but proof that in karting, you never give up. The lead battle had fizzled out somewhat, as Slater was setting qualifying pace in a bid to stretch his margin and put the victory beyond doubt. His French teammates were almost at war as Maxime Verbruge tangled with Anpiligov, who narrowly avoided a huge disaster. Whilst one Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver was struggling, the other was in a world of his own up front, ahead of Bora and Eichmanns. Then it was Augustin Bernier's turn to deal with Anpiligov. Up front, Eichmanns had caught up to Bora, and with no chance to make a move, it wasn't long before Alex Powell had caught them both. But there were battles throughout the field wherever you looked, as Arthur Boulain and Leon Hoffmann were demonstrating. As the race drew to a conclusion, it became a battle of nerves, as Bora kept his cool despite the mounting pressure from Eichmanns and Powell. One mistake, and his whole weekend could dissolve in an instant. Instead of buckling under the intimidation, he rose to the challenge and started to set fast laps in order to get away. But Freddie Slater was totally in command. Having been one of the fastest drivers from qualifying, then with 3 wins and 2 third places in the heats, he had more than justified his position at the front of the field at Genk. In 2020, he had failed to win a race in OK Junior until the World Championship weekend at Portimao. But having taken the win at such a tender young age, Slater knew he would have to stay in Junior for another season. Rather than letting this become a source of irritation and frustration, he chose to build upon that form and take on an inner strength to storm ahead. It may be very early days in the 2021 title campaign, but his ruthless efficiency, incredible discipline and flawless speed mark him out as the early favourite to become European champion. For the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, it couldn't have ended better for their young man. Akshay Bora stayed focused under pressure from Ian Eichmanns, who took a very popular podium in his homeland. As Slater was celebrating on the slowing down lap, another competitor would have to accept that this wasn't his day. Matteo De Palo ended his race on the final bend after an intense scrap with Maxime Verbruge and Jules Caranta. But Slater was triumphant ahead of Bora and Eichmanns. Alex Powell took his best finish in an OK Junior FIA final, with Keeble and Aldaheri rounding out the top 6, and with Josh Erfen quietly making progress to 7th ahead of Samalisto, Deligny and Maxime Rem. For the first time since the pandemic outbreak, the drivers could enjoy a fizzy celebration on the podium, and both Freddie Slater and Akshay Bora made it very clear who they wanted to share the moment with. This weekend had been all about the teamwork, and they were both overjoyed and adamant that they couldn't have had any better support.
Yeah, I think it's been a very good weekend, very consistent, all the results have been good. Lots of points taken away from this round, which is the main thing for this championship. I think the team have done a great job, my mechanic, Craig Boyd, my family, all my supporters. I think they've all just supported me all the way, and I think we've all done a great job over the weekend.
We qualified first overall, which was definitely an accomplishment, especially at this amazing track in this amazing country. The heats were pretty hard with the changing conditions. The start was really good, and then after I was lacking a little bit in pace, and yeah, so we managed P2, which is an amazing result, and only the first of 4 rounds, so good points.
Yeah, the speed was quite good through all the weekend, especially in the rain, but in the drive we were a bit off the pace of Freddie. So I tried to manage to get P3, and that was the maximum we could get.
Amazing performance from Fred, stunning drive. He's a real talent going forward, so watch out for him because he's going to go a long, long way in this sport. It was also a very good team performance. As you can see, we had 3 in the top 7 for the final. So amazing from everybody in the team, all the lads that work there, day in, day out, and put in so much effort. It culminated in a fantastic result today, so very happy.
With Arvid Lindblad and Rafael Camara sharing the front row, it took a baffling 3 attempts to start the race. When the lights did go out, Juho Valtonen stepped up the attack and slotted in behind Lindblad. As the field made their way to the far side of the circuit, Andrei Zhivnov stepped up his own attack and made his move on Kamara to move up into third. It wasn't looking great for the Brazilian, whilst in contrast, it was looking spectacular for the Italian star Edoardo Villa, who had rocketed forward to 5th place. The race ended early for Alfio Spina, making his debut for Parolin. Villa was already starting to put pressure on Kamara to speed up, as both men were eager not to let the leading pair move too far ahead of the others. Lindblad had been unbeaten over the course of the weekend, and Valtonen had been in resurgent form with the Stampex Motorsport team. But if Kamara was going to have a chance to join them on the podium, he would need to make an impression early. Heading into turn 1 at the start of the second lap, he pounced on Zhivnov and was in no mood to wait around. Lindblad and Valtonen were still doing everything they could to pull away from the pack, but it was a very satisfying start for Villa, who made his move on Zhivnov, almost taking the Russian by surprise. Valtonen hadn't led a final since Alajárma in 2019, but with this feisty move on Lindblad, the Flying Finn was back in front. But now that Kamara had made the move into third, he appeared to gain speed and confidence in the kart, and was now in pursuit of Lindblad. It wouldn't take long, and at the end of the lap, Kamara was through, making a clean break on the inside line. Lindblad needed to bounce back and fast. Reclaiming the place would have given him the upper hand psychologically, but Kamara clearly knew that and wouldn't let him have a chance of an overtake into turn 1. The next task was clear: catch Valtonen before Lindblad could pass again. Further back, rush hour was well underway in the midfield, as Morgan Porter and Laurence de Certois were trying desperately to hold their ground from half a dozen opponents. But before long, attention turned back to the leaders, and on the motorway straight, Kamara made a simple manoeuvre and claimed the lead of the race, backing Valtonen into the path of Lindblad. Kamara then started to push in order to increase the lead, and it wouldn't be long before Lindblad made his own way past Valtonen. Much to his dismay, Kamara had already driven far off into the distance. Edoardo Villa realised how close he was to a podium on his FIA Karting debut and started to intensify the pressure on Valtonen. On the run-up to turn 5, he waited until Valtonen was distracted by Lindblad and seized his chance, a move that looked plain sailing. This was too much for Valtonen to accept, and he stormed back up the inside with a forceful slide that was enough to keep Villa at bay. For now. Behind Andrei Zhivnov, the next man to make a move was Martinius Stenshorn. At the final corner, he moved up to 5th. Behind these two, Nikola Tsolov was looking for his own chance to move up the ranks, and he dived ahead of Zhivnov at turn 1. Little did he know at that point how strong a race he was about to have. This move gave him the resurgence to push harder, wearing the junior karting colours of Fernando Alonso, who had won the European junior title at Genk 25 years before. Stenshorn didn't even have time to react when Tsolov made his move, but there was drama on the horizon. Despite his fantastic moves through the field, Tsolov was carrying a penalty, and he knew it. In an earlier incident, his front fairing had come loose. He was destined to receive a 5-second penalty for the transgression. But how far up the field could he climb before he'd have to take it? For now, he was in 5th, and the damage to the front fairing was plain for all to see. But a few kart lengths ahead, Edoardo Villa was about to give the Bulgarian a chance to move up, as he made a bold last-minute lunge into turn 1 and snatched 3rd position at the last possible moment. The Italian then promptly dropped the anchor and started to defend, much to Valtonen's frustration. Tsolov decided to drive around them both, but regrettably he couldn't quite fit his kart on the outside line. Another half lap of patience and Tsolov was rewarded. Now he was up to 4th position. Behind them, Stenshorn and Zhivnov had now been caught by James Wharton, Ariel Elkin and Yugo Yugachukwu, and a titanic struggle for position was now well underway. In the first corner, half of them almost crashed out on the spot, but they just managed to stay out of harm's way. Whilst they continued their squabble, Joe Turney took the chance to slot into the gap, and now he was making huge strides forward too. Matthias Morgato of the Birolot squad was starting to work his way through the pack too. And as they both dived on Zhivnov into turn 10, it was only inevitable with so many drivers fighting that there could be one or two to take the fall. Driving through his frustrations, Solov made the overtake on Villa to move up into third position. But he was running out of time, and with 5 seconds due to be added to his race time, he'd need a miracle. Andrea Kimi Antonelli's weekend of misfortune continued, as he found himself fighting with Lars van Vark and Martinius Stenshorn. But when the chances came to make overtaking moves, Antonelli proved he's lost none of his commitment or determination. Emili Koivisto would join the retirements list with his kart parked in an awkward position. But once the yellow flags were cleared, Stenshorn saw an opportunity and passed Brando Badua for another step forward. Even local hero Yannick de Brabanda was having fun, as the Praga driver made short work of Badua himself. Then, for the first time in 2021, last year's two European champions met, Antonelli and Yugachukwu, which this time would go to Antonelli, after a smooth move past the American. Solov was pushing like crazy to improve his position, and Lindblad was resigned to being runner-up. So when his team told him to move over and let Solov through, he may have hesitated, but he did as he was told. He backed off on the home straight, allowing the Bulgarian to charge into second in a bid to catch Kamara. Once Lindblad was aware that he could still finish second, he decided to accept his fate and keep himself ahead of the chasing pack so as not to lose second. Over the next few laps, Solov pushed harder than ever before and decreased the gap with every ounce of energy he possessed. Knowing he had a penalty to take, he threw caution to the wind and went for it. Any chance he may have had at the podium at that point, there was no way he'd be circumspect. He wanted the win for pride more than anything else. But Kamara displayed the wisdom and character beyond his years and took an incredibly important victory. Not just because it was the first of the season to start the ball rolling, but also because his home nation is due to host the World Championships in October. And there's no denying that a chance of a home winner would send the whole Brazilian karting paddock into fever pitch. As the final corner approached, Kamara realised his objective and stormed to the checkered flag, his joy being tempered by Solov's despair. But it was the Brazilian driver who had been truly spectacular across the whole month, and now we'd have to wait for Esse to see if he could do it all again. Rafael Kamara secured victory ahead of Lindblad and Villa, with Valtonen placing ahead of Solov once the Bulgarian's penalty was applied. Joe Turney finished 6th ahead of Antonelli and Morgato, whilst Artem Sevrukin narrowly managed to cross the line ahead of Hugo Yugachukwu. It was wonderful to witness the joy of Eduardo Villa taking his first podium at international level. But we couldn't help but wonder just how intense the battle between Kamara and Lindblad was likely to become. For now, it's a strong rivalry and an amiable conduct between friends. But will it stay that way?
After the speed was good, we can catch Valtonen and Lindblad. After I think 10 laps, I go away from Lindblad. And then after Solov was more fast, try to manage it to arrive so much.
I could see he was catching me very quickly, but then my mechanic also just showed me to let him pass. Yeah, I feel bad for Nicola as well. I think he's done a great job this week. He's been really fast and deserved to be on the podium. Yeah, in the final we weren't good enough. Rafa was better this final. He deserved to win.
I had a really good start. I pushed a lot from the beginning. Yeah, I did P4 in the end, but P3 with the penalty of Solov.
It is a very tough weekend for the weather condition. Fortunately, we have a both fine and dry condition, make a more normal situation for everybody. And at the end, I am very satisfied in OKJ and OK class.
so as Freddie Slater picks up where he left off in 2020 with a rejuvenated new field of opponents to battle against him, and the new rivalry in OK Senior begins between Kart Republic teammates Arvid Lindblad and Rafael Camara, there's plenty for karting fans to get excited about. Genk is done and dusted, but the field now moves to Ornay-le-Bois in Essay in France, near the ancient motorsport town of Le Mans, in a fortnight, where the battles will resume.
Hi, I'm Mick Schumacher.
Hi, I'm Julian Alaphilippe. More than 1 million people are killed on our roads each year.
That's nearly 3,700 people dying in road crashes every day. Road users must work together to keep our roads safe.
Simple actions from all road users can prevent road crashes.
Obey speed limits and slow down in reduced visibility conditions.
Signal your intentions in advance.
Keep a safe distance.
Make sure you are visible. Wear a helmet and obey the circulation rules.
Be aware of cyclist routes and bicycle paths. Ensure a safe passing distance when overtaking cyclists. Everyone has a role to play to make our roads safer for all of us.
Following simple rules can help save your life and the lives of others.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest. To make a difference, together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
The beautiful French countryside is the backdrop for the second round of the 2021 FIA Karting European Championships for OK and OK Junior drivers. The last time SA hosted a round of the championship was 3 years ago, and in 2014, Lando Norris clinched his world title here. The circuit combines tough, complex corners with sweeping changes of camber and elevation. It's a unique circuit on the calendar, and whilst it's a little old school, it's the ultimate challenge for the modern racing driver. Teams are constantly searching for thousandths of a second improvement in a world where every component on the kart can be changed, from axles to wheel rims, and even a slight adjustment of the seat position can affect the whole balance of a kart. It adds up to an intense competition with breathtaking choreography from driver, circuit, and team. The feeling is tremendous when you are asked as a candidate to host an event for the FIA. Your first instinct is that you want to do it, and each time I say that it will be there, I realise it's so hard. And I ask myself, will it be the last time we run an event for the FIA? Because I consider that it is really, really tough to organise a European Championship event. Most certainly to organise a race of this level, it's complicated. But it's been particularly complicated this year. Previously, we did not race before through the pandemic, and for me personally, it's not easy to refuse entry to the circuit to karting enthusiasts. It's heartbreaking. It hurts, because you want to share it with all your sporting colleagues. Yes, we have held other European Championships and even the World Championship in 2014, when Lando Norris became world champion. We had Nikita Mazepin and Mick Schumacher here on the podium. I've worked here a long time, and I think that at this circuit the techniques of the driver matter most, in my opinion. It's best to say that it's not the engine which counts here, and I promise it's not me who thinks this. It's what I hear from the drivers often. So that can create and has regularly created some formidable races here. Let's go on a lap of Ornay-le-Bois with local star Evan Gilter. A dash of brake pedal into turn 1, which is tight and technical, before a big stop downhill for turn 2. A crucial overtaking spot on the course for the brave and bold. Up the crest, and another chance is found in the left, which tightens dramatically on the exit. Now you plunge down the crest again and control the car delicately into the left-hander. Going wide is a one-way ticket to the grass. Carefully balance the throttle through the hairpin and along the short back straight, but there's a good overtaking spot next into the right-hander. You need a good exit because then you're back on the power and climbing uphill once again. Now comes the tricky final sector. The kart drifts towards the turn, you'll press the brake and control the kart as it tries to snap away in the left, but you'll put the power down again quickly through the right and keep it there as you hold the kart flat on the throttle through the final bend. Accuracy is key here and mistakes are punished. Karting is not simply a case of sitting in the seat and putting your foot down. The team studies a driver's performance after each session, and data engineers can use engine revs, top speed, lateral g-force, and even exhaust and water temperature to assess what the driver is doing behind the wheel. You can change multiple components on a kart during a race weekend. Camber, caster, toe out and toe in, stub axles, hubs, even screws from the seat and bodywork can make a huge difference. Everything from tyre pressures to chassis flex is heavily monitored and suitably adjusted, and with 2 karts at your disposal, those changes can happen in seconds. Put simply, the kart is your office, the racetrack is the battleground, so your body must be a temple and your mind must be totally focused and disciplined, because in karting, every microsecond found can be the difference between winning and losing. The Trophée Internationale Handicart made a return visit to the FIA Karting Championships for the first time since 2019. Handicarts are for competitors with disabilities, with a new balance of performance class system to enable all competitors to bid for victory. A thrilling final saw over a dozen racers compete for the win under the watchful gaze of FIA Karting President Felipe Massa, who also acted as Grand Marshal for the start of the final, waving the green flag at the beginning of an epic race. H1 is for drivers with one ailment, and the karts in this class weigh 170 kilos. H2 is for competitors who need hand controls, and these are 4 kilograms lighter. The H3 class is for tetraplegics, or drivers who are paralysed, and these karts are yet another 4 kilos lighter. The result? An amazing race. Morgan Laveau would clinch victory in sensational style ahead of Michael Vacher and Joan Lascores. And despite Lascores eventually losing his third place due to a technical infringement promoting Alain Nicol to third, the main headline was unquestionable. 3 drivers from 3 different classes had crossed the line in the first 3 places. It was a historic moment and the beginning of an incredible new legacy for disabled drivers in the world of karting. Who knows what the future holds? One thing is for sure, it'll be very exciting to find out. As the final began, Freddie Slater took advantage of his pole position to head into turn 1 in the lead from Kirill Kutskov. But the tight nature of the circuit caught out several drivers in the opening lap, as first Jan Pisarovsky crashed out, and then 5 more joined him, as Harley Keeble, Josh Erfen, Adam Hideg and Zachary David were out on the spot at turn 2, and Enzo Deligny suffered too much damage to continue, and he pulled in at the end of the lap. The marshals were quick to start clearing the circuit, but couldn't manage it before the field were due to reappear. So the race was neutralised under yellow flags. The victims could do nothing but run to safety and think about what to do next time. Behind the leading duo, Alex Powell had settled into third and Will McIntyre was in fourth ahead of Matias Ferreira. Fortunately, the wreckage only took 2 laps to clear. But as the field were due to restart, Slater hit the throttle several corners too early and under yellow flags, and the investigations began. Kutskov and Powell did their best to stay with him and not drop back too far, but it was too late. With Slater already building a lead and the pair behind doing their best to catch him, others started to fall away. Lucas Samalisto's weekend came to a premature halt on the final bend. But it turned out he wasn't alone in the incident, and as Samalisto failed to push start his kart uphill, the young German star Maxim Rem was parking his own kart at the marshal post at the first corner. 2 brilliant racers eliminated from the competition. Kutskov and Powell were joining forces to catch the leader, whilst Ferreira had passed McIntyre, who was now under intense pressure from behind. Thomas Stolchemanis made his move, which allowed Arthur Poulain and Max Popov to storm past as well. It turned out that McIntyre had mechanical issues, and he would sadly fall to 12th by the finish line. Ferreira was now approaching his Kart Republic colleagues, whilst James Igotzi was doing his best just to keep it on the road. But Powell was in a difficult position, unable to catch Kutskov and losing ground to Ferreira. They needed to team up to stand any chance of catching Slater. Further back, and a battle was brewing between Rashid Al-Daheri and Kai Sorensen, as the Emirati duelled with the American lap after lap. The Paralin had the measure of the expert for now, but behind them, James Igotzi had recovered, settled into a strong challenge, and was now fending off Ian Eichmans, who would lose ground to Anatoly Kivalkin and Adrian Maliero. After a few fast laps, the Brazilian had now caught the Jamaican up front, and Ferreira was in no mood to hesitate. His move for third position past Alex Powell would come at the top of the crest into the left-hander, and now he was setting off after Kutskov. In the midfield, Kian Nakamura-Berta was trying to defend from a queue of competitors, and it wasn't easy. With so many drivers so close together, trouble was almost inevitable, as Dion Gauda and Dmitry Madviv tried to stay out of it. Now that Ferreira had caught the back of his teammate, the Kart Republic trio started to work together and steadily increased their pace. But would Freddie Slater be catchable before the checkered flag fell? And another question was arising. Was Kutskov actually holding his teammates up, rather than helping them catch the race leader? A lap later, Ferreira decided to end the debate and took matters into his own hands. The nudge into the hairpin was a clear statement of intent. Go faster or get out of the way. Whilst these drivers are teammates, unlike the world of car racing, there are no team orders in this sport. So the drivers have to make the decisions for themselves out on track. In a world where there's only really one law: don't crash into your teammate. Crucially though, Slater was starting to increase the gap yet further, and as the laps continued to tick down, there was no more time to waste, especially with three drivers, Kirill Kutskov, Matthias Ferreira and Alex Powell, all wanting their first OK Junior podium. It was the Brazilian who ran out of patience first. He needed to make his move, and on the 19th lap, and with Thomas Stolchemanis closing in rapidly, he seized his chance. At the bottom hairpin bend onto the back straight, he made his bid for second. And claimed it. Unfortunately for him, there was no chance of catching Slater for the win, so it looked like second would have to do. Kutskov tried his best to retaliate and retake his second place, but Ferreira adopted the same defensive tactics, and there was no space. And now there was even more to lose, with 4 men in the queue and a 5th, Max Popov, waiting in the wings. Stolchemanis could see a chance to increase his own points score, and 20 years after his father Marek battled for the win, it was his turn to quest for the podium, and he made his move on Powell for 4th. Just one more pass and he'd be taking home some silverware. Popov wanted a piece of the action too, and did his best to repeat the manoeuvre on Powell. But the Jamaican had gathered himself together and wasn't going to concede another place. But just as Freddie Slater had begun the final lap and the run to victory, Popov snatched his chance and made it happen anyway. Slater had no idea at this point that his incredible performance all weekend, where he had scored pole position in qualifying, race wins in all 5 heats, and led every lap of the final, was about to be spoiled. The stewards decided that he had indeed jumped the gun at the restart and accelerated too early under yellow flags. It meant that his dominant display would be tainted, and whilst he crossed the line in first to assume victory, post-race the officials would hand him a 10-second penalty for his rapid restart, plummeting the championship leader to 10th at the finish. The excellence of his drive all weekend couldn't be denied, and his joy was deserved after such a phenomenal driving performance. But sadly, it would be short-lived. The penalty hands the win to Matthias Ferreira in front of Kirill Kutskov and Thomas Stolchemanis. Behind them, Max Popov finishes ahead of Alex Powell with James Zagotzi in the top 6. More points for Ian Eichmans ahead of Arthur Poulain and Kai Sorensen, with Freddie Slater relegated to 10th. Freddie may not have the points lead he expected to have, or the race victory, but he'll still be hard to beat at Sarno. The mission for the opposition is to make the most of this unexpected chance to move forward.
All the weekend I'm very fast in the qualifying, the heats, and in the final I start from 4. I only do it my best and I did it my first podium on European.
Quali was quite good. I finished second in group and total I was 8. After heats I was 3rd, so it was good. And in the final, the strategy was to have a good temp. I had it, but Ferreira was a bit faster than me. So when he passed me, I wanted just to stay behind to Powell don't pass me, and I did it. I will be more concentrated on this process and work a bit harder.
I calm down for the final and no stress, concentrate only, and in the final just look to the front drivers and go. I will be stronger only for these races. This is actually my 3rd race in OK Junior, and I very appreciate to drive here. Very big, very strong guys.
We won. I know we won now because we have something happening with us later. We are fast all the weekend with many of our drivers. Some drivers have a little bit less unlucky or a little bit less speed. We know we have something in the pocket you can win the race with several drivers. At the end we won the race and P2 also, because Ferreira won the race and Cusco finished P2. Unfortunately, Power lose the third position the last 2 laps, otherwise it's P3 also. But I'm very happy about it. And especially we can reopen championship because, you know, with Slater with 2 double win will be more difficult for the championship. Like this, the championship is open and we'll see the next 2 races.
Kimi Antonelli set to work from pole position in the final with a sweeping defensive move that kept him in the lead, whilst Tuukka Tarpanen and Joe Turney ended up being ejected from the pack mid-apex. And as the dust was still being thrown up, they weren't the only ones in trouble. With Rafael Kamara up to second ahead of Artem Sevrukin, Rafael Modenese on the Praga and Finland's Juho Valtonen were off in the background. The latter would get going again, only to retreat to the pit lane and retirement. There were 2 more victims on the sidelines, as Paralin's Alfio Spina and Ward Racing's Caspian Hagman ended their impressive drives together at the end of the back straight on the second lap. Evan Gilter was keeping local interest in the race alive with his brilliant move on Sevrukin to move into third. But as one VDK Racing driver was on the march to the podium, the other was out of luck, as Hugo Besson crashed out and was pretty bitter about the whole affair. Kamara was pushing Antonelli out front in a bid to extend his championship lead, whilst the race was heating up behind them. A rare mistake from Yuga Chukwu caught out the American, and he lost out to Martini Stenshorn and Yannick de Brabanda, as he learned the hard way that mistakes at Ornay-le-Bois are very costly. The man now closing in was his teammate Arvid Lindblad, who still had a secret game plan to deploy. There was clearly unquestionable speed with the British driver, and as he made a sensational move and accelerated clean past his teammate on the run up the hill, it was evident that Lindblad was on a mission to storm back to the lead. The Red Bull youngster had work to do. Elsewhere, whilst his father Takuma Sato was preparing for the Indy 500, young Rentaro Sato was out of luck, as he somehow recovered from this trip over the grass, but he would finish at the back. Gilter was keeping pressure on the race leaders, whilst behind him, a heartbreaking story reached its climax. Nikolai Solov, one of the favourites for the weekend, pushed too hard and exited stage left. Desperate to recover after missing a heat due to a light injury, he was out, and his championship chances were now in tatters. It was all too much for the feisty Bulgarian, and the frustration was overwhelming. There were now 5 drivers in the hunt for third position, as Gilter and Sevrukin were being hunted down by Stenshorn, de Brabanda and Lindblad. If fate had played its hand differently, Joe Turney could easily have been one of them. However, he was now off-road for a second time. The quintet continued to circulate around behind Kamara, but who would be the first to make a move? In the end, it turned out to be Lindblad, as he sized up the overtake into turn 2 on lap 12. 1 down and 3 to go then, but it was easier said than done. The ever-impressive Norwegian star Martini Stenshorn was next, as he swept past Sevrukin and set off on the Leclerc chassis, heading for the tail of Gilter. But it seemed clear that the Russian hadn't read this version of the script. He needed to pass again quickly with Lindblad on the prowl, and he made his lunge half a lap later, which Lindblad seized with incredible strength and commitment. An impossible overtake? Not anymore. Out in the lead, Antonelli had started to pull far ahead, leaving Kamara on his own in second and Gilter hanging on in third, with Sevrukin trying to shake off the attentions of Lindblad. De Brabanda and Stenshorn behind them then accidentally swapped driving gloves for boxing gloves as they traded paint on the run down the hill. No harm done, but it was a little close for comfort, and now Yuga Chukwu was hot on their heels. Lindblad clearly liked that move at the top of the crest and swept ahead of Sevrukin to move into fourth. Now he was after Gilter, but could he pass the local hero? As Lindblad successfully caught Gilter, Hwarang Kim of South Korea would end his race with 10 laps remaining. The Frenchman was doing everything he could to keep Lindblad at bay, but with the speed the Englishman was unleashing, it was clear the overtake was fairly predictable. Out of the back straight, and it happened again, Lindblad showing that relentless pace. Same corner, same manoeuvre, same outcome. Now the podium was filled with drivers from the Kart Republic factory team, but Lindblad wasn't finished yet. Whilst Lindblad set about decreasing the gap to the Brazilian ahead of him, the quartet he had dispensed with were now left to squabble amongst the remaining positions in the top 6 themselves, waiting to see who would make a mistake first. But it wouldn't end well for everyone, as Ricardo Gracia would have a disappointed walk home, joining Arthur Rojon in retirement. Lindblad spent the next 5 laps eating into Kamara's advantage, but it wasn't until the final lap that he actually reached the point of an overtaking move. And with a championship to fight for, and knowing how badly both men wanted the points, a battle between teammates of that ferocity would probably have caused more problems than solutions. So Kimi Antonelli discarded all the problems from Genk a fortnight ago to begin his renaissance and dominate in glorious fashion. The Italian was not only back in the title fight, but with the raw speed and discipline he showed in France, it was ominous for his rivals as to just how quick he was going to be. Kart Republic couldn't believe their fortunes as they eclipsed the podium ahead of Sevrukin and De Brabanda. Stenshorn fended off from Hugo Chukwu and Gilter, whilst Brando Badoa and Luigi Coluccio joined their countryman Antonelli in the top 10. The scenes on the podium were of 3 teammates who knew they had completely obliterated the meeting, and the vibe in the paddock down in Dino Chiesa's awning was one of incredible pride and achievement. But now they have a new problem. 3 men will fight for the title, and despite their differing liveries, they're all in the same awning. So with 2 races to go and everything to play for, it could be fireworks at Sarno.
We've been really fast since the practice, and I think the only thing I missed this weekend was the pole overall, because I think also a bit of bad luck and also a bit of my mistake. I couldn't get the pole position, but at the end, yeah, I won all the heats, and then I was starting P1 in the final, and I didn't really push in the beginning for saving the tires, and then after I had a really good pace, and yeah, then I won the final.
Yesterday, not the best day. We missed a little bit the speed, and then we working to the final to don't be too slow. In the first 5 laps, I catch Kimi a little bit, but after I start to slide, and then I miss a lot the speed. After that, just try to stay in 2nd place and then make some points for the championship. I hope we go better, more strong for the Sarno.
The points are really good and the pace was phenomenal in the final. We made a huge step forward, which I'm really happy about, and I think that's the most important thing. I think we're starting to understand this tyre now much better. I'm starting to feel more comfortable with it. I think also now it being a bit warmer has helped me. But you know, really good week.
For one side it's good, for the other side we are in the trouble, I want to say in the trouble, because when you have 3 drivers like this, for sure we will fighting for all 3 for the end of the championship, and from now to the end of the championship. Unfortunately, only one will be the champion. I hope he's one of the 3. I think we are in the good way for that.
Orne Lebois has served up 2 intriguing battles. In junior, Freddie Slater's frustrating penalty keeps the title fight alive and will give his opposition even more determination than ever to eclipse him. The 10-second penalty for Slater means he still leads the championship, but by only 13 points, when he could have had more than double the score of his nearest rival. It's definitely a setback, and at Sarno, he'll be tough to beat again. But now the boys at Kart Republic will be pushing to take his lead away. In OK, we now have 3 men in the hunt for the crown: Rafael Camara, Arvid Lindblad and Kimi Antonelli. Will the teammates clash at Sarno? Who will triumph? And how will the racers cope in the intense Italian heat? Next up for us, the Gearbox season and the Academy Trophy will begin at Wackersdorf in Germany next month. But in 6 weeks' time, we'll find out if Antonelli can retain his crown or if the new kids on the block can steal it away.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. Promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Welcome back to the CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli, the FIA Karting European Championship, third round of the 2021 season. And it is going to be an exceptional party zone for all of the competitors as we race for competition in the third round of the 2021 season. And of course, it is for the OK Junior and Senior categories. The finals coming up. 17 laps ahead of us for the OK Junior drivers. And we are very excited to welcome them onto the grid very shortly indeed for the third round of the 2021 season, the European Championship Finals. Jake Sanson and Kai Bacchini, we're here in the box with you as we will guide you through all of the action as it unfolds here on the circuit, which has had a major overhaul in the last 12 months. It's a completely different layout now to what it was last season, and we are very excited to get underway very soon indeed. The drivers will head out onto the circuit, and they will be in their order to go racing around the 17 laps of this third final of the European Championship season 2021. There are 36 drivers ready for the final in this one, and it's obviously going to be very exciting to see how well they go, because obviously they have worked very hard to get up to this point. It is such a competitive final this time out. Anatoly Kevalkin and James Zagotzi on the front row of the starting grid. Matthias Ferreira and Alex Powell will be together on the second row, with Dewey De Decker and Javan David on the third row of the starting grid. What that has done to the championship battle is very, very impressive indeed. Freddie Slater still leads the way on 50 points, but Matthias Ferreira has closed that gap down. It's now 45 points for Matthias Ferreira, just 5 ahead of Freddie Slater. Alex Powell is now on 42, and that is just 8 behind Freddie Slater. Ian Eichmann's on 35, Kirill Kutskov and Akshay Bora both on 28, James Zagotzi on 25, Thomas Stolchemanis on 21, Lucas Amalisto on 19, Rashid Al-Daheri is on 16, and so there's still plenty of excitement to come from this 2021 season. And obviously the OK Junior final, it's going to have plenty of excitement to it. Anatoly Kevalkin and James Zagotzi on that front row of the starting grid. Matthias Ferreira and Alex Powell on the second row. From Dewey De Decker, Javan David, Jan Pizarovsky, Rashid Al-Daheri, Harley Keeble and Alexander Bondarev. Just outside the top 10, Ian Eichmans is on the 6th row of the grid alongside the championship leader, Freddie Slater. So he fought his way back to 12th position on the starting grid. It's going to be very, very difficult to make progress from there, but that's what these guys are good at, pushing themselves to the limit. A very unpredictable final, this one, Kai.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way of actually predicting who's going to be finishing at the front of this final. We've got so many competitive drivers that are starting at the front. As you said, we've got Anatoly Kevalkin. He's been so quick over the course of this weekend. Definitely in contention to take the win. Once again, Matthias Ferreira, he's going to be starting in third. He's currently second in the championship and always up for a good battle at the front of the field. So I don't think there's really any way of telling who's going to win.
So as the drivers are preparing to make their way out onto the circuit, we will introduce you to all 36 of the finalists that have worked their craft through the 5 heats over the weekend. So it's a very exciting battle for all of the competitors, and they will have 17 laps of this 1.55 kilometer circuit. And it's a very, very solid battle for all of the drivers. The band will begin to play, and that will signal the start of our driver presentation. So the battle is going to be very intense indeed. Our drivers are getting ready to head to the starting grid. 36 of them from all four corners of the globe, ready for 17 laps of this CIRCUITO Internazionale Napoli. What a final this junior contest is going to be. Thank you for bearing with us. It's been a wonderful presentation from our band here at the first corner. And we are going to have a wonderful final now. 17 laps of this circuit, 30 degrees air temperature, 1.55 kilometers of racing. The drivers making their way to the starting grid. Pole position will go the way of Anatoly Kavalkin of Russia. And he is in a fantastic opportunity, a great position for him. His first pole position in the FIA Karting Championship. It's all uphill from here.
Yeah, Kavalkin, as we've mentioned, he's been so strong over the course of today. He's starting on pole for the final, and he definitely deserves to be starting from that inside line on the front row. And I think he'll be trying to carry these results over, and the pace that he's been able to show over the course of the weekend into the final, he has a big chance of winning here today.
So let's talk you through the grid one by one as all the drivers make their way back to their positions on the starting grid. Anatoly Kavalkin of Russia will be in pole position. Alongside him, representing Italy, although originally from the United States of America, James Igozzi for the Tony Kart Racing team. Matias Ferreira of Brazil will be third position on the grid, 5 points behind the championship leader in the European standings. Alex Powell is third in the championship, and he's fourth on the grid, the young man from Jamaica. Douwe de Decker of Belgium, a much more improved performance from him this weekend. He lines up in fifth position on the starting grid. From Sri Lanka, it's the birthday boy, 14 years old today. Yavan David will take up his position in sixth place on the starting grid. Happy birthday, Yavan. Jan Pizarowski, seventh on the grid from Poland. He will be there for the Tony Kart Factory team alongside the leading driver for Paralin, aside from our pole position sitter, Rashid Aldeheri, under an Italian license, but of course originally he is from the United Arab Emirates. Harley Keeble, the young British driver, will be ninth on the starting grid on the inside of the fifth row alongside the young man from Ukraine, the privateer superstar Alexander Bondarev. Proof that you can still run as a privateer at the top level in European karting. Ian Eichmans of Belgium for the Cosmic Racing team. He lines up in 11th position on the grid beside the world champion and the current European Championship leader, Freddie Slater. He goes off P12 in the number 201. Next up, it is Kirill Kutskov, the Russian, who was second last time out at SA in France. And alongside him, the American Kai Sorensen, also under an Italian license. Will McIntyre from Great Britain for the Birolart Factory team. He lines up in 15th on the starting grid. Then we will see Jimmy Helias, the Frenchman, who will be there next up in position. A fabulous opportunity for the wildcard driver from P16. Renaud Franco, the man who won a few weeks ago at Wackersdorf in Germany in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. He lines up the Dutchman alongside the British driver Josh Erfen, who is there on the 9th row. Row 10 of the grid, it is the German star Maxim Rem for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport squad. He lines up alongside the Revej karting driver Adam Hideg of Hungary. The 11th row of the grid will see the Spanish star Nacho Tunion, and he lines up beside the Russian talent Alexander Gubenko, also of the Tony Kart Factory team. Then it is Tobias Clausen, the Danish driver, who lines up beside Poland's Maciej Gledij. David Walter of Denmark will line up beside the wildcard runner Antonio Apicella. Then it is Akshay Bora of Singapore, who lines up alongside the Swiss driver Enea Frey. Luca Samalisto of Finland will line up alongside Nathan Tai of the Sodi Kart Factory team. Great to see him in his first FIA karting final. Then it is Dion Gauda of Singapore who lines up 16th row of the grid alongside the Slovenian Mark Kastelic. Gustav Wisniewski is going to be lining up 17th row of the grid alongside another of the wildcards, Gerazim Skulanov. And then on the 18th row of the grid, it is Martin Molnar, another of the Hungarians in the field. And alongside him on the grid, the Frenchman, Edgar Anpiligov. That's your lot, 36 drivers, and a very exciting battle in the offing.
Yeah, there'll be an exciting battle at the front, but I'm sure it will continue throughout the whole of the field. 36 drivers all squabbling for positions on the whole of the race. As we know, not everyone can win. There can only be one that comes out of this race in that P1, in that position that everyone wants to be in. James Igozzi looking strong off the front row of the grid. He surprised us with a qualifying pole position earlier on in the weekend. He's been keeping his results high up in the heat, and I'm sure he'll be looking to carry that win over into the finals. Kavalkin, though, not going to make it easy. Powell behind, though. Ferreira. You've got Dewey de Decker. So many strong drivers.
And of course, whatever happens in this final, as a result of the results from the qualifying heats, the championship will go down to the wire at Zuera in Spain. It cannot be won. It cannot be decided here. It is too close a battle. That's exactly what the purists and the hardcore sporting fanatics want. A title fight that goes down to the wire. That's exactly how we want it to go. And obviously, dropped scores will only come into account next time out at Zuera in Spain, where drivers will drop their worst score in a qualifying heat rotation and their worst score in a final. 1 minute board goes up. The drivers have just 1 minute to go to prepare for the ultimate challenge at the foot of Mount Vesuvius in scorching hot Italian weather in the heart of the beautiful region of Napoli. This is an opportunity for the European Championship competitors in the junior category to go to battle. Anatoly Kavalkin on the inside for Parolin, on the outside James Igozzi for Tony Kart. A fresh pair of drivers on the front row. What an exciting race.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. 30-second ball goes up. It's soon going to get underway, and we can finally sigh a breath of relief for the race that we've been waiting for all weekend long. Soon the drivers will get their push start and will get the race underway. Obviously, they do have a formation lap before the race actually commences. Green flag will soon fly. As I say that, pretty much perfect timing. The drivers now get away off the grid and let's get racing.
Here we go, and it's going to be a very interesting final, perhaps the most exciting of the season so far, and we've already had a pair of thrillers. Pole position, Anatoly Kavalkin from James Igozzi, Matthias Ferreira and Alex Powell, Dewey de Decker and Ivan David, Jan Pesadovsky and Rashid Aldeheri, Harley Keeble and Alexander Bondarev, then Ian Eichmans and Freddie Slater, Kirill Kutskov and Kai Sorensen, Will McIntyre and Jimmy Helias, Renaud Franco, Josh Erfen, Maxime Rem and Adam Hideg, Nacho Tunion and we also have Alex Kubenko, Tobias Clausen and Maciej Glidij, David Walter and Antonio Apicella, Akshay Bora and Anea Frey, Lucas Amalisto, and in trouble on the start-finish straight, we have Nathan Ty. They are not getting his kart started. Dion Gauda, Mark Kastelich, Gustav Wisniewski, Gerizim Skulanov, Martin Molnar and Edgar Anpiligov are making their way around. I have a feeling we're going to get another start. No, Nathan Ty's abandoned the kart. There's heartbreak for Nathan Ty. He had done all the hard work. Sony Kart have been developing this kart all season to get him into the final, and it's let him down.
That's such a shame there for Nathan Ty. Makes his way into his first final of the season after a well-fought and well-deserved start that would have seen him hopefully get a good result for some championship points, and it all ends in heartbreak even before the start.
That is very unfortunate indeed, but Nathan Ty cannot lose heart. He has fought valiantly, got himself into the final on merit. The Sony Kart team still have work to do, of course, but at least he has proven his worth in this weekend. 2 weeks from now, when we return to the championship at Zuera in Spain, hopefully he'll be at the same level and form. Right, Anatoly Kavalkin just keeping the pace nice and serene at the front end of the field. James Igozzi in second place. It'll be Matthias Ferreira on the inside line of the second row, and Alex Powell of Jamaica, who was leading before this morning's heat, now finds himself P4 on the starting grid. But he's a double winner this weekend. Kavalkin is too. James Igozzi a triple winner. And Alex Powell, of course, going to be fighting his way forward. Whatever happens for Ivan David in P6, he can be proud on his 14th birthday. He is there on the world stage, flying the flag proudly for Sri Lanka. And he's already been given instructions from home. You've already proven yourself. Give it full send. See what happens. They come out of the final turn and onto the home straight, and we are going to get ourselves underway in this OK Junior final. Ready? It's a full start.
Yeah, looks like Kavalkin was just a little bit too eager on the throttle there. Pulls away from the rest of the pack when they just weren't ready to accelerate. We'll go round again. This is for the third time now. Obviously, the first time that they went around, it was not the driver's fault, apart from, unfortunately, Nathan Ty with that retirement. But we go round again and hopefully go green this time round.
Maybe a little bit of pre-race jitters and nerves for Anatoly Kavalkin. The young Russian has never been in pole position for an FIA Karting final. So this is obviously new territory for him to run the pace of the field. But what an extraordinary chance for him. And the 10 points in the championship for Kavalkin now put him firmly into the hunt at the front end of the field. He's not quite in the top 10 of the drivers' standings yet, but if he remains in the top 3 at the end of this race, he's certainly going to be. So there's a very exciting opportunity for him now. Amazing that we're going to see a couple of the drivers from the top 10 of the championship not actually make progress through. One of them, Thomas Stolchamanis, who was 3rd last time out, sadly not in the final for this one. That just shows you from one week to the next, you never know how your form is going to change. 17 laps then, and this time Anatoly Kavalkin and James Agozzi need to be alongside each other as they come to the starting gantry. That's only the second. Oh, that's a kart stranded on the circuit. That's one of the Tony karts. Now that is Alexander Kubenko. Alexander Kubenko has stopped out on the circuit. That's disastrous for the Russian, but we are going to race now. Up to the first corner, Anatoly Kavalkin and Agozzi get a great start. Powell gets a beautiful start, so too does Jevan David. Terrible start for Ferreira and Douay de Decker, and Kavalkin and Powell are already battling away. Powell is through in a second place. Great start from the Jamaican. So Anatoly Kavalkin leads, but Alex Powell in second place. Agozzi 3rd, David 4th, and Ferreira in 5th. De Decker in P6, and it's already a fabulous start as Alex Kubenko walks away from the scene, I do believe. But an absolute disaster for the Russian. The race carries on regardless, and it is a very exciting race from here on out as they come into the hairpin for the first time on the back straight. Is everybody going to get through cleanly? Yes, they have. So Kubenko is out, but the rest of the field fighting for victory already.
Absolutely outstanding start there from Alex Powell. Oh, and up the inside there. That's a move from Matias Ferreira as he gets himself up in another position as he now makes his way into 4th. But Alex Powell, brilliant start around the outside of turn 2 to get himself in a 2nd. You can see the heat waves on the track as they make their way down the home straight.
Now, there's an interesting dynamic. David has lost ground. He's lost about 4 places as Kavalkin drifts wide, nearly loses the lead to Powell. Now, Jevan David lost ground in the final turn, lost the place to De Decker. He got through into 5th. David slipping behind Pozadovsky, Keeble, and Aldeheri down into P9. And what that's done is it's put him right in front of Freddie Slater. So David and Slater could well team up here and start to go through the gaggle in unison. This could be very interesting. De Decker on the inside with the 277 of Jan Pozadovsky to hold off Keeble, and running wide, that's Kutskov. Kutskov has tangled there with one of the Forza Racing karts, and I think that is Kutskov off the road completely, and it's Kai Sorensen, I think, who's dropped down the order. So Kirill Kutskov is out as De Decker battles with Keeble. Keeble trying to hold it right round the outside, and he manages to keep his place in front of Pozadovsky, Slater, and Jevan David. Here comes Keeble to the inside line of De Decker, can't get through.
Yeah, Keeble, good start here. So he's went from 9th to 6th in 2 laps of the race. He'll be looking to make his way forward, but you can see Alex Powell there still sitting behind in 2nd position. There's Harley Keeble just sitting behind Douay de Decker.
Oh, that's Slater. Slater's got the move on Pozadovsky, and so too has Jevan David. They both managed to get up the inside. McIntyre's lost a couple of places in that fight as well, a bit further behind them. So McIntyre losing some ground. Look at the leading trio. Kavalkin, Powell, Agozzi, and now Ferreira's joined them to make a quartet. This could go anybody's way.
Yeah, this is so close between all of them. You can see already making a move there, or defending for his position. Sorry, that's Matias Ferreira trying to make his way past James Agozzi. Agozzi just holding the inside line. Is he going to have a look at Powell, or is that just a defensive line there from Tony Cupper on the switchback? Matias Ferreira's going to try it. Is he going to get squeezed over the curb down the straight? Now they go down towards the first corner. He manages to hold his line. James Agozzi signals in the air. What are you doing, mate? As they try to catch on to the leading 2 through the top corner. Agozzi goes defensive, doesn't want to let Ferreira through.
It's 2 by 2, hurrah now. Kavalkin and Powell in 1st and 2nd. Agozzi and Ferreira, 3rd and 4th. De Decker and Slater, 5th and 6th. Slater bangs in the fastest lap, 57.0. He's absolutely determined. He wants to fight his way back into a winning position, and Slater's got every chance. He was 2nd overall in time qualifying behind Agozzi, so he's got a chance here, Slater, to tuck his way through in behind De Decker in the BWT colours of the Kart Republic machine. And 7th place for Keeble, 8th for Jevan David, 9th for Pozadovsky, 10th for Bondarev. And then it is Helias, Aldeheri, Erfen, McIntyre, Hideg, Clausen, Tunion, Walter, Frankot, and Anpiligov, who has fought his way back from 36th and is now in 19th. That is astonishing.
That's an amazing start there from 36th to 19th. Not many people can say they're able to do that. That's a move there from Jevan David. Sorry, not Jevan David. Van David gets overtaken there, loses the position as Jan Pisarovsky makes his way up into 7th position.
That's
and
Powell.
That's Powell into the lead.
Powell leads the race, and it's a big move from Alex Powell. He has taken the lead in front of Anatoly Kavalkin. So the Jamaican hits the front in an FIA Karting final for the first time. He's come close many times before, but he needs to stretch away. A little bit of a nudge there from Kavalkin as they edge their way further forward. They're trying to get away. Ferreira's getting up alongside Kavalkin. Igozzi trying to squeeze in. Ferreira through in a second place. The Brazilian gets into second. There's a bit of momentum here from Ferreira. He was gifted the win last time out due to a penalty for Slater. He does not want to be known as a gift house. He wants to win on his own merit. And now Kavalkin is going to try and take on Ferreira, while Ferreira takes on Alex Powell. Down the main straight they come, and it's the Jamaican from the Brazilian, the Russian, the American, and Freddie Slater is right in there now in P5 from Harley Keeble. Powell protecting on the inside from Ferreira. This is going to get pretty spicy from here on in.
Yep, it was a 4-kart train, now it's a 6-kart train as Powell goes on the defensive, parking his car on the apex of the corner, not giving Ferreira even a sniff at the lead, not letting him even look at the inside line, denying him all opportunities. Is Alex Powell, as you can see, still defending the inside line. Matthias Ferreira just trying to find a move round. And then talking about a move round there, that's an attempt of an overtake there as Kavalkin tries to make his way back through. He's managed to do it. Igozzi down to 4th, but Powell and Ferreira are starting to pull away a little bit from this gap. Should they work together and try and pull away from the rest of them? Maybe not. Not in the eyes of Powell.
Not in your Nelly. Powell is going to make a little bit wide out of the final turn. Ferreira going to be side by side. Ferreira takes the lead. The Brazilian's through. Kavalkin's through as well. Powell was trying to back his opponents into the squabble of the gaggle, and now that's Harley Keeble in 4th position. He's worked his way forward. He's trying to edge his way past Alex Powell. Freddie Slater is right there in P5 as well. This could be one of the most intense junior finals we've ever seen in the FIA Karting Championships, particularly in the European contest. Ferreira, Kavalkin, Powell, Keeble, Slater, Igozzi, Buzodowski, David in the top 8. Very close together. Less than a second covering them all, and that's defensive lines from Kavalkin, but Igozzi's going to get up the inside of Powell as well. Powell gets through. Igozzi storms by. Slater into 3rd. Game on.
Yeah, great move there, and that's up the inside. Slater catches him sleeping. Harley Keeble loses another 2 positions. Alex Powell manages to get through as well. So Slater up in a second. Powell into 3rd. But look at the gap that Matthias Ferreira has. 1 second over Slater behind. And Powell and Keeble need to try and catch on to the back of Slater now.
So Freddie Slater needs to make up a second on Matthias Ferreira. Hashtag challenge accepted. Up the inside now. That's Irfan making up ground. Bondarev is through there as well. A bit of a run wide there as Bondarev gets squeezed out. No, sorry, that is Jimmy Helias who gets squeezed out. The Frenchman losing ground ultimately. A very tough battle for them as they continue to charge their way forward. This is going to be such a close battle as they run through onto the far side. Ferreira now 0.8 of a second in front of Freddie Slater. An interesting battle. Alex Powell dueling away for 3rd with Harley Keeble. Anatoly Kavalkin there in P5 from Yvan David. Then it is James Igozzi down in P7 now as a result of the challenge for battles. But how about this? This is now a battle of nerves between Ferreira and Slater. If it finishes like this, they will be tied in the European Championship fight. Ferreira and Slater will have 70 points apiece. Never has Ferreira wanted to stay in the lead of a race more. We've got a slow kart on the main straight. Somebody is going slowly. That is, I think, the 260, the Forza kart of Mark Kastelich. So Kastelich is slowing, unfortunately. Well, we've got Alex Powell battling for 3rd with Harley Keeble. Keeble is making another go at it here. The 2 leaders have broken clear and have started to stretch away. This is where Keeble can now start to work with Alex Powell and start to catch up with the 2 leaders, but he decides against it, goes for the move into 3rd position. So now he is on the podium.
Yep, Keeble clearly feels like he's the faster car out of the 2 of them. They really need to try and put their forces together and catch on to the back of the championship leader. Well, tie championship leader at the moment in time of Slater and Ferreira. Slater just slowly chipping away at the gap that Ferreira has down the straight. But you can see 4 tenths is now what separates Ferreira and Slater. It was a second. 4 tenths is now what only separates them. Alex Powell and Harley Keeble actually pushing down the straight, and that will help them catch on to the back of both of them.
So Harley Keeble in third, Alex Powell P4, the original pole sitter, and Anatoly Kavalkin in fifth position. Freddie Slater bangs in another fast lap, 56.7. He's got that gap to Ferreira down to 0.4 of a second. As it stands, it'll be Ferreira that leads the championship, but they will be tied for points, 70 apiece. Ferreira getting the lead based on how many finals they've won, because of course Ferreira has won 2 if he takes this one. Slater will take the lead of the championship if he takes this race away. So the 2 main protagonists in the European Championship have somehow managed to find their way back into first and second from the depths of difficulty. And look how close Slater is now to Ferreira, the Brazilian versus the Englishman. Here they come down the straight. We've got a spin further back in the pack. It's one of the Paralins, I think. No, sorry. It is Gustav Wisniewski, I think, that has had a spin in the middle of the pack, one of the Sauber drivers, and I think that is Wisniewski. Yes, it is. What a shame for the Polish driver. He was making up places very quickly indeed in the field. The dust rose across the circuit. Gustav Wisniewski trying to get going again and has managed to do so. There's 2 other karts involved in it, so there's 2 more gone. That's Mark Kastelich and Antonio Apicella. So 2 more drivers involved in that one as well. We only saw Gustav Wisniewski going off, but the other 2 have gone there as well, and that is 2 more retirements then. Kastelich and Wisniewski, continues. Kastelich and Apicella are out of the race. Here's Powell versus Kavalkin, and looks like Alex Powell is doing his best to hang on in front of the Russian.
Yeah, Alex Powell now just hanging on, but not for any longer, as we see Kavalkin slip up the inside. The Paralin now ahead of the Argenti kart, Republic kart, but Freddie Slater, he's risen from the depths of despair. It was all looking so dark earlier on in the weekend with that retirement and with that collision between him and teammate Dion Gauda, but now he's challenging back for the lead of the race. Matías Ferreira will be quaking in his boots as he looks behind and sees the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car of the current championship leader. Freddie Slater is here to take back his crown.
When was the last time someone came from 12th position on the start of a final grid in the junior final of an FIA karting weekend to come through for the victory? He hasn't done it yet, Freddie Slater, but he's definitely going the right way about it. He's got 5 laps to go at the end of this one. Now that's Jovan David. Jovan David has caught and passed Alex Powell. So Jovan David is now in the top 5. The Sri Lankan going beautifully on his birthday, doing a great job as they come down the main straight. So Ferreira and Slater, less than 0.2 of a second between them now. Slater will want to make this move nice and quickly. He won't want Ferreira to know he's coming. He's got to make a very big move. It's not going to come here. He's just a little bit too far back. But down that back straight, Slater may get a chance into the right-hander. So watch for Slater as he follows Ferreira. Oh, it looks like we've had a contact at the hairpin. Let's do it to Decker. Decker has come together with Edgar Piligov, I do believe. And Piligov has lost ground from the back of the grid. And Piligov fought his way all the way to 15th. And unfortunately, he's tangled with Decker. So all that hard work is undone. What a shame for the Frenchman. It's been a very tough fight from him.
Yeah, that's a shame to see there. But Douay Decker also retires from the race. That's a shame to see him bow out in such a difficult moment. But Freddie Slater, 2 attempts off the back of Matías Ferreira now. He caught onto him so quickly, but Slater struggling to get within overtaking range of the current leader. You can see the gap just fluctuating, pretty much staying the same. You could see Matías Ferreira actually gained a little bit of time over Slater on the previous lap, and with 4 laps remaining, there's not long left for Slater to get within an overtaking zone and actually pull off the maneuver.
One of 2 things is playing out here between these 2. Either Ferreira has had a little bit of pace in reserve and now he's gung-ho trying to get away, or Slater has just taken a little bit of a breather to look after the tyres, look after the brakes, and now he's going to have a fresh go at him. It definitely looks as though the latter could be playing out. Slater knows that the best time to get Ferreira is right at the bitter end of the race. In the final 2 laps or so, we've only got 3.5 to go, so Slater is going to try and time this right. He's backed out of it a little bit, giving himself some breathing space, giving himself a chance to think. Now he's going for it into the final turn. Freddie Slater takes the lead in the final. What a comeback! 12th to 1st. He is back in the lead of the European Championship if he can hold this.
Very late overtake there from Slater, but commits to the inside line. Takes that position and will take it with glory. Now this brings Harley Keeble into the occasion. Can the Tony Kart driver make his way into second position? He started in 9th on the grid, and he's on a great run right now. Matis Ferreira in trouble. He's already lost one. He doesn't want to lose another as they make their way down towards the back corner, defending on the inside, but Keebo's up the inside. He manages to make the overtake, and he'll secure that second position. Ferreira, hand in the air, doesn't know what's going on as the public car just goes backwards down the grid.
Now that is great news for Slater, terrible news for Ferreira, because down to third place he's going to lose 4 more points, and that will put him on 61 compared to Slater on 75. Keeble getting into second place pretty much guarantees Slater a decent lead out of this victory. And I have to say, considering that a moment or two ago they were dead level on points, Ferreira trying again on Keeble to get back into second place. He's doing his best to come through. So now Ferreira will work with Keeble to try and get back on terms with Slater. 2 laps to go. He's going to have to spend this lap working to get closer again to Slater, and he can now use Keeble as a little bit of a battering ram almost to squeeze up the inside and hopefully jump them both. But it's going to be a tough mission with Slater on the pace he's on.
Yes, Slater, he's looking so strong out in the lead right now. 3 tenths is the gap which separates Freddie Slater and Harley Keeble. Just not close enough to make an overtake for the time being. But with 1 more lap remaining in this race, Keeble is running out of time, but he'll push to the last moments of the race. Slater is not quite done yet.
Still some great battles all the way through the field, especially towards the top 10. Last lap begins, and it's Slater, Keeble, Ferreira. Very, very difficult to know who's going to get this now. Ferreira's dropping back a little from Keeble. Keeble has nothing to lose here, so he's going to come after Slater. Slater not quite as strong through turn 2, so this could be an opportunity. He's chopped across on Keeble. That backs Keeble back into Ferreira. Perhaps a little bit of tactics there from Slater just to protect himself a little bit. This might be exactly what he needs. He can lose a few points more to Ferreira if he denies. Oh, we've had an off further back. The CRG running wide there. That is unfortunate, but it's Gerozim Skulinov who's run wide at the first corner. At the second corner, sorry. But here comes the trio. What a renaissance from Freddie Slater. He's been absolutely mighty in this final. If you came into this one thinking it was done, if you thought it was over, you definitely don't know the Freddie Slater we know. Out of the final turn, Freddie Slater is only just gonna take, oh my goodness, no! Keeble snatches it! Keeble snatches it at the line! Slater was celebrating! Harley Keeble by 2 thousandths of a second!
Oh my
That is
word.
the closest finish we have ever seen in the FIA Karting Junior Finals! I do not believe it!
Harley Keeble, he sees Slater celebrate, slacks off for a moment of a second, and up the inside on the switchback, Keeble catches them lacking. Slater will be devastated.
Can you believe what we've just seen at the death, a photo finish in FIA Karting? My goodness, from Harley Keeble, there is the proof. Never say never, never give in. You just don't know when your chance is gonna come. Harley Keeble is a winner in the FIA Karting European Championship. We have 3 different winners. Look at that, 2 thousandths of a second. What a finish. Keeble beats Slater, Ferreira is 3rd, Kavalkin in 4th place from Yvan David and Alex Powell, James Igotzi and Jan Pesarovsky, Alexander Bondarev and Will McIntyre, David Walter, Josh Erfan, Tobias Clausen and Maxim Rem, Renaud Francote and Rashid Al-Daheri, Enea Frey and Jimmy Helias. Then Nathan Ty in 19th place. He did get going in the end, thank goodness. Nacho Tunion and Lucas Samalisto from Kai Sorensen and Adam Hideg, Martin Molnar and Maciej Gladij, Dion Gauda, Akshay Bora, Ian Eichmans, Edgar and Piligov, Gerozim Skulinov and Gustav Wisniewski. The retirements were Due de Decker, Mark Kastelich, Antonio Apicella, Kirill Kutskov and Alexander Gubenko, who failed to start. But what an astonishing turnaround. The ultimate comeback from Freddie Slater, but he just let it slip. Harley Keeble gets it by 2 thousandths of a second. Can you believe it?
This is the definition of don't celebrate until you've crossed the line. Slater, he thought he had it, just went defensive into the final corner, didn't quite get the run, and Harley Keeble snatches it when he needs it the most, manages to take the win, and that's an amazing drive there from the Tony Kart driver. Didn't give up until the last moments of the race and just about takes the win.
Absolutely astonishing. We're going to head to the podium so that Matthias Ferreira, Freddie Slater and Harley Keeble can celebrate. Freddie Slater cements his position at the top of the championship with 9 points now over Matthias Ferreira. He has salvaged something fairly strong from this weekend when it was looking pretty bleak at one point. But Harley Keeble moves into 4th place in the Drivers' Championship, and now he's a contender. What a win!
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. Promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs,
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
and delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world.
Su va la camera.
A huge congratulations to our drivers, and now they will lift their trophies aloft and receive the garlands of flowers. In third position for Brazil, Matias Ferreira! And in second position for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! And on the top step of the podium, your race winner, also for the United Kingdom, Harley Keeble! Can now begin at the CIRCUITO Internazionale. Our junior drivers getting treated to a firework crackers over the circuit. They receive their garlands of flowers as well. Now the party really can begin. On a momentous day for sport in Italy and of course back home in England, certainly for Harley Keeble, it's coming home. What a fantastic result. Congratulations as well to the winning team manager, Marco Ardigo for Tony Kart Racing. And after a fabulous display from our drivers, now's the moment they get to celebrate and party in style in the sizzling heat of Sarno. Ladies and gentlemen, our drivers are about to get busy with the fizzing! Well, Slater getting his revenge on Keeble for snatching the win by 2,000 by dousing him in bubbly. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three drivers, Matthias Ferreira, Freddie Slater and Harley Keeble! Well, they're going to party in style, they're going to celebrate, I'm sure, long into the night, and the British guys in first and second, well, they've got a football match to watch later, of course, but certainly in the karting, it's coming home between two brilliant friends. They have really given us a sizzling display. Now we're going to get another one from the OK Senior Final coming up next.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. we'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused? To respect the rules? To be the quickest? To make a difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.
So the OK Senior Final is underway in about 5 minutes' time. Nikola Tsolov and Artem Sevrukin continue their battle this weekend, taking their squabble to the front row of the starting grid for the final. It was difficult in SA, that is for sure, for Nikola Tsolov. He had a great chance to battle for the victory in the overall final. But this time, he is where he belongs, towards the front end of the field, and it can't get much better for him as he places the Alonso kart in pole position. He is there on the front row of the starting grid alongside the Russian Artem Sevrukin, who has been very solid and strong over the course of the weekend. Neither driver has gone unbeaten this weekend because in their earlier heat, neither driver was able to get the victory. But crucially, Nikola Tsolov was able to take the position ahead of Artem Sevrukin on the grid, and that now puts him on the inside line of the front row. Second row of the starting grid, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. The Italian star has been fantastic this weekend, solid and consistent, and he's still fighting himself back into contention. He's third on the grid for this one, which means he scores 8 championship points, more than his 2 closest championship rivals. Antonelli definitely getting back on with things at the sharp end of the field. He now has 52 points to Lindblad's 55 and Kamara's 65, the driver who leads the championship. Antonelli on the second row of the grid alongside Timo Kucharczyk, who is there, the Kubica chassis in the second row. Arvid Lindblad in P5 on the grid alongside Joe Turney for the Tony Kart Factory team. They've taken 1 win today. Can they take another? Martini Ascension, 7th on the grid alongside the Brazilian star who leads the Drivers' Championship, Rafael Camara in 8th position. 9th on the starting grid, it is Norton Andreasen, and then the American star, Yugo Yugachukwu, who lines up in 10th. The 3-minute board goes up, so let's talk you through the rest of the field. Evan Gilter alongside Rintaro Sato, the Frenchman and the Japanese. Then it is Alfio Spina of Italy and Ariel Elkin of Israel. Then we have Lucas Malek, the Slovenian in the field, alongside Bruno Del Pino of Spain, Andrei Zhivnov of Russia, and Giovanni Trentin of Italy. You have Valtonen of Finland and Marlon Hernandez of France, James Wharton of Australia and the Brazilian Matias Mogato, Christian Bratuca of Italy and Brando Badua, his countryman, alongside Nicolo Kuman, one of the 2 wildcards that have progressed through to the final, alongside the Dutchman Nathan Sharp. Luigi Coluccio is alongside Michael Paparo on the Formula K. And then it is Victoria Blokina, the Russian female, alongside Rafael Modenese of Peru. Emili Koivisto, the Finnish driver, will line up beside Germany's Sandro Holzem. Then Tukka Tarpanen has made his way into the grid by virtue of having a great final race. Tukka Tarpanen getting himself into the grid, the Finn, alongside Caspian Hagman of Sweden. And the last two drivers in are Brazil's Ricardo Gracia and the Portuguese Ivan Dominguez. It's definitely going to be a tough race, but who's going to take it? Solov, Antonelli, or Severukin?
There's no way of telling, is there? It's been so close all day and all weekend. Solov, Severukin, they've been pretty much undefeated. No one's been able to touch them the whole day apart from Lindblad in that one race where he was able to pull away and win from the both of them. Antonelli, he pulled away in his final heat as well. He's been strong all day and has managed to pick up the pace towards the end of the day, so he's in contention. Kamara, he's had those consistent results and that's been crucial for him. Lindblad, he's always shown the pace as usual, so there's no way of telling who's win. I've just named about 5 or 6 drivers there.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close in this OK Senior final, that is for sure. The 1 minute board goes up at the front of the grid, so it's not going to be long at all for the competitors to venture out onto the circuit. And for Nikola Tsolov, the Bulgarian has a chance to redeem himself. Will the lion be roaring at the end of this race? We will find out in 20 laps time, and a little over 31 kilometers of racing in 31 degrees Celsius heat as well. So this is definitely going to be a tough race for all of the competitors. Severukin 4th in the championship standings coming into this one. Nikola Tsolov is now up in the top 5 in 5th position. So this will be a very close race indeed. Nikola Tsolov from the inside line on pole position. Artem Severukin of Russia in 2nd. Then Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Timotas Kucharczyk of Poland up in the front end. Arvid Lindblad, 2nd in the championship, is P5 alongside Joe Turney. Then Stenshorn and Kamara, the championship leader, 8th on the starting grid. Plenty of great talent through this field that could make some big plays too. So the drivers will push start. And the OK final in the 3rd round of the 2021 FIA Karting European Championship will get underway. Here's the grid for the showdown in the OK Senior category, the 3rd round of this 2021 European Championship season. Nikola Tsolov and Artem Severukin from Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Timotas Kucharczyk. Arvid Lindblad and Joe Turney from Martinius Stenshorn and Rafael Kamara. Norton Andreasen and Hugo Chukwu from Evan Gilter and Rintaro Sato. We've got a kart stopped on the start line. That is Juho Valtonen. So Juho Valtonen in trouble. Now he's able to get going again. So Evan Gilter and Rintaro Sato, Alfio Spina and Ariel Elkin, Lucas Malek and Bruno Del Pino, Andrei Zhivnov and Giovanni Trentin. Juho Valtonen does get going. Hopefully he'll take his place on the grid from Marlon Hernandez, James Wharton and Matthias Morgato, Christian Bertucca and Brando Badoa, Nicolo Kuman and Nathan Sharp from Luigi Coluccio and Michael Paparo, Victoria Blokina and Rafael Modenese from Emili Koivisto, Sandro Holzem, Tukka Tarpanen, Caspian Hagman, Ricardo Gracia and Ivan Dominguez. Very exciting battles all the way through. And my oh my, are we going to have a sizzling 20 laps?
Yep, 20 laps is the race time for this OK final. And it's going to be very, very close at the front of the field. I can't see anybody walking away with this win. In SA, we saw Antonelli pull away from the rest of the field, walk away with the win, but no one's been as dominant this time round.
So there are 2 formation laps, which is good news for Juho Valtonen. As long as he can make his way back to the grid in his position by the red line, then the Stanpex Motorsport driver will be able to take his place back in position. But unfortunately, he is going to have to work his way right from the start. His race has essentially begun. So Juho Valtonen now trying to get himself to the tail end of the field at the same time as everybody else is queuing up. So Solev, Severukin, Antonelli, Kucharczyk. That's your top 4 at the front end of the field. Arvid Lindblad and Joe Turney from Martinius Stenshorn and Rafael Kamara. Norton Andreasen and Hugo Chukwu. That's your top 10. And it will be an incredibly tight battle for all the competitors as they race through the final turn. So now it's going to be about Solov and Severukin. They join each other on the front row of the starting grid. Watch for Antonelli in P3. And we will have a very exciting run as the drivers now get themselves up to speed. Are we going to get a clean start? First time of asking. No. False start once again. It's only in the finals when both races have had a false start.
Yep, false start will go around once again. We saw this in the junior class. as well. Drivers just need to get themselves composed, calm down a little bit off the start, try not to be so eager on the throttle. Out of the final corner, Solov, he will be starting from the front row, and I'm sure he'll be very, very nervous with so many quick drivers around him and Savrukin alongside him.
So Nikola Tsolov and Artem Sevrukin on the front row of the starting grid. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Timo Kucharczyk on the second row. Lindblad and Turney, Stenshon and Kamara, Andreasen and Yugachukwu. That is a very exciting top 10. Gilter and Sato, Spina and Elkin as they continue to progress forwards. It's a really exciting and intense battle. The competitors still working their magic around the course and trying to keep those brakes and their tyres up to optimum temperature. They all get a fresh box set of tyres, of course, for the final. So now it's about who is going to get the best start from the grid. Nikola Tsolov, the pressure rising for the Bulgarian. He really wants to win this one, but he's going to have to work incredibly hard to make it happen. The field is still coming around. I don't think this is going to be a good start as well. We've still got karts in the field. Look, again, it's a false start, and it's because the back rows of the field are not able to get... Oh, we've had problems at the start. We've had contact before the race has even got going. That's Joe Turney. Joe Turney has been tipped around, as has the 156. Now that is Emily Koivisto, and we've got another kart in trouble as well. So that's the first time we've seen an incident like that, a false start. Joe Turney's had a mechanical problem by the look of it going around. He will not take the start. What a disaster for Joe Turney, and he's not the only one in trouble. Someone else spun there as well. I think it was Martinius Stenshon. Yeah, Stenshon's getting going again. So Stenshon will join up at the back of the field. It looks to me as though Stenshon and Turney had a problem with each other on the start of the race.
Yeah, it's not very often that you see 3 karts crash out before the race has even started. So the karts are returned to the pit lane. Maybe the drivers have a chance of getting back out on the track like we saw with Nathaniel Tai when he had the issue with his spark plug. They had to replace that, and he managed to get out on track. It managed to finish 19th, so a good drive from him in the OKJ class. But hopefully we go this time round. The drivers slow down, get into their positions, and hopefully we go green this time.
Let's have a look. Are we going to get a good start? This time we do. Let's race. Nikola Tsolov in front of Antonelli straight away through the first corner. No problems at all for Tsolov to lead from the get-go. And as they come through the hairpin on the first lap of asking, it is going to be a very tight battle from the get-go. Third place, Arvid Lindblad. Fourth place now is Norton Andreasen. What a great start from the Swede. Evan Gilter has worked his way forward as well. So there's contact. 5 karts have come together. Tarpanen going over the top of a couple of karts in the background. There's a Praga in trouble. There's a Forza in trouble. And we've had, I think, one of the Holtzems. That's got to be Sandro Holtzem causing problems. There is the Rafael Modenese, the 116, and the 135 in there as well. That is more trouble. That's Ricardo Gracia. So all sorts of disaster around the circuit on the first lap, but not for the race leader. Nikola Tsolov in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So Tsolov leads the way, Antonelli second, but the fight is well and truly on. Lindblad is there in third position, and the battle is raging further back. Someone going off the road at the end of the first lap. That is Sevrukin, I do believe. Yes, Sevrukin has dropped way down the field. The 105 comes through in 13th as Antonelli starts to take on Tsolov already.
Artem Sevrukin has had a horrendous start there for the driver who started in second position. Is there an issue there for the Ward Racing car, or is it just a bad start? Either way, he'll try to make his way back through the field and gain as many positions back as possible. But there you see Arvid Lindblad all over the back and up the inside. He's going to try it. Antonelli dropped down into third, Lindblad into second. Tsolov just pulls away a little bit from that.
So a fabulous start to this race. I was going to say that Kamara would lead the championship if it stayed like this on 73 points. Antonelli on 72, Lindblad on 71. But now Lindblad has got the move on Antonelli. That's going to change again, and I think Lindblad is actually going to take the lead of the Drivers' Championship if it stays like this. Yes, he is. 75 to 74 for Kamara and 68 for Antonelli. So the championship would change hands if it stays like this. Lindblad is fighting to close up on Tsolov, and if he takes the lead, he will take the lead of the European Championship, and Antonelli is not letting him rest on his laurels. It's going to be a very tough fight from here on in as Antonelli tries his best to close back up on Lindblad. Andreasen is right there in P4, Gilter P5, Spina 6, Yugachukwu in 7th place. Kamara is only 8th, but still working his way forward. He has not done yet.
Yeah, definitely not done yet. Antonelli He has been overtaken by Lindblad, as you said, but he is not going to be caught lacking. Once again, he'll still try and catch on to the back of Lindblad. He'll at least stay in the position that he is, but he will try and catch on to the back of the Czech Republic and make that position back if possible. Nicolas Solov looking pretty comfortable in the front of the lead, but Lindblad and Antonelli, they're not going to let him run away. They'll try and chase him down to the last moments of the race.
3 Czech Republic chassis in the top 3 places, but from 3 different outfits, if you like, because you've got Solov leading for the Alonso Kart race team, the team out in front. A great performance from Nicolas Solov, the DPK squad as it's known. Second place, Arvid Lindblad for the Czech Republic factory team. And also still part of that, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but he's running in the Argenti Motorsport colours, a satellite operation within the squad. And there's the 4th one coming through. That's Evan Gilter for VDK Racing. So 4 different colour schemes, all Kart Republic chassis in the first 4 places, as Norton Andreasen on his Tony kart for Ward Racing slips into 5th position as a result. Here comes the Paralin of Alfio Spina, P6 behind them, as they come off the final hairpin and down the main straight. It is Nicolas Solov that leads the charge. Arvid Lindblad second, Andrea Kimi Antonelli in P3 from Evan Gilter and Norton Andreasen with Alfio Spina in P6. Yugo Chukwu 7th from Kamara, and then Kucharczyk and Elkin. Sebrukin in 11th place, Zhivnov in 12th from the 13th place kart, Lucas Malek, and Rintaro Sato P14, really struggling to maintain places, the Japanese driver in the field. So Nicolo Kuman, oh, and that's one of the Holtzems. So that is Sandro Holtzem who's gone off there. Now that is up at the first corner, so obviously battling away for position. I wonder if Sandro Holtzem has had happened to him what we've been fearing would happen all weekend. He's gone wheel to wheel with someone in the first corner, caught those marbles and drifted into the wall.
Yeah, that looks to be the case. Those marbles are vicious, especially at such high speeds around the first corner. We've seen quite a few drivers actually be caught out by them over the course of the weekend. Antonelli all over the back of Lindblad now. Lindblad actually dropping off the back of Solov. So what's happened here to the Czech Republic driver, the Red Bull Junior driver now under pressure from the Mercedes Junior driver. It's Constructor against Constructor, and Mercedes makes it into the lead of this battle. Antonelli up into second, Lindblad down into third. Very late move there from Antonelli. Promotes himself into second and will now chase down the back of Nicolas Solov.
Well, there was a yellow flag in turn 1 for Sandro Holtzem's car, and Lindblad almost hesitated, I guess, on the way through to the corner, and as a result, Antonelli just stood on it. I think Lindblad was caught out there, so Antonelli's able to get through into position. We've got 2 of the senior Paralin karts battling away for position in the field. I think that's James Wharton and Brando Badoa battling away for position. No team orders, of course, in the world of karting. They can squabble as much as they like, as long as they don't take each other off the road. But Nicolas Solov is extending his lead out in front. The Bulgarian Lion doing a fine job out front. No concerns, no problems for him at this present moment in time. Antonelli second, Lindblad third, Evan Gilter doing a fabulous job in 4th position at the moment. So this is really good work. But with Antonelli getting up into second past Lindblad, he now takes the lead of the European Championship. 72 points to Lindblad's 71, with Kamara now down the order. He's down to 14th, Rafael Chavez Kamara, and that drops him to 67 points.
Yeah, Kamara can't afford to lose any more positions in this race. But we have a look back through the field, defending up into the top.
Oh,
that's off.
Zhivnov's
off.
And we've also got the 133. That is Lukas Malek. So Malek and Zhivnov have come together there. Not good news. And are they the only 2? I think they are, but certainly a big incident to end Zhivnov and Malek's day. What a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame to see to lose those 2 drivers like that. Zhivnov, he was having an okay day.
Kamara's pitting. Sorry, Kamara's pitting. Kamara's out of the race. Kamara drives straight into the pit lane, and Rafael Chavez Kamara peels off. He's out, and he looked absolutely enraged. So Rafael Chavez Kamara, the championship leader, it's unsighted by the cameras because he did it so quickly. But Rafael Chavez Kamara has peeled off into the pits, out of the race. The championship leader coming into this weekend is out.
Yep, that means that he's going to drop down the order massively now in terms of the championship fight. Oh, who's that who's had an issue there?
It's Malek trying to get started again, and he's not able to make it work, so Malek is going to have to park it, and what a shame. So the yellow flags are out there on that second sector. What a crazy race this is. We've had all sorts of drama, and they're dropping like flies here. We've lost Koivisto, Modenese, Turney, Hotzem, Kamara, Malek, Zhivnov. This is such a tough race. 29 laps left in it. 29 karts left in it even, and there are 12 to go. So we're not even at half distance yet as Yugachukwu lines up Andreasen for P5. There's still a long way to go in this motor race.
Yeah, there is still a long way to go for these drivers. Antonelli picks up the fastest lap, 54.956, has been set by the Italian driver on home soil. He'll be looking to win this round, and it will mean something extra special to him if he's able to do so. But Nikola Solov looking very, very strong out in front as he just manages to fend off the drivers behind. Antonelli, though, look, he's closing down that gap.
This is such a tough battle now because Solov is still there in front of Antonelli, but Antonelli is now really starting to generate that race pace. Now that he's got past Lindblad, he can start to really maximize the Kart Republic chassis, and it's going to be a very interesting race from here on out. Solov, Antonelli, the gap is only half a second now. Andreasen trying to get away from Yugachukwu. Sevrukin is there in P7, Alfio Spina in 8th place, Kucharczyk 9th, Elkin 10th, and Rentaro Sato 11th in front of Christian Bertucca from Giovanni Trentin and Luigi Coluccio. Matthias Mogato P15 at the moment from Wharton, and then it is Badua in front of Valtonen. So a great fight back from this race from Juho Valtonen as well, being able to get himself into a relatively competitive position as a result of his difficulties on the start initially. But Antonelli is 6/10 away from Solov. Solov knows he now needs to really push in some fast laps and try and stretch out the gap to Antonelli. Even a few tenths of a second up the line will be enough. The only lap that's important to lead is the last one. But Solov has got Antonelli breathing down his neck, and Antonelli isn't going to let him rest easy for a split second.
No, Antonelli not going to let Solov win this one by any means necessary. We'll see. Antonelli can see visually how much he's gaining on the Fernando Alonso kart ahead of him. The 1-2-1 will surely soon be victim to the Argenti Kart Republic behind him. The Mercedes junior driver doing a blistering great job there, doing a great job out there right now.
I tell you what, Solov is working so hard to get away from Antonelli, but the Italian stallion really pushing the Bulgarian lion now, as out in front Solov is just doing his best to chip away, but Antonelli clearly has more pace at this point in the race. Now, what does Antonelli do? Does he overtake and stretch away, or does he look after the kart, sat behind Solov, make him do all the hard work, look after his tyres and engine, and then strike when the iron's hot? Across the line, less than a quarter of a second between them. Through the first turn, Antonelli's still pretty rapid as they come through one more time. Down to the brakies over the hairpin, and Solov very nearly loses it all, and Antonelli giving him plenty of pressure. Solov just getting a tiny bit wide through turn 2. That was nearly the door open right there.
Yep, Antonelli sticks the nose of the car in there on Nikola Solov. Solov just about fends him off. For now, though, as Antonelli will be looking for an overtake as soon as possible. Lindblad, you can see in the background there, 1.5 seconds behind these two drivers. But if they start to battle, can the Red Bull Junior driver be brought into the occasion?
Well, Lindblad is right there in 3rd place. He's not far away. The battle for 4th is an absolute country mile away from this squabble. We've got Gilter in P4, then Andreasen, Yugachukwu, Sevrukin, Spina, Kucharczyk and Elkin in the top 10. The final point scorers are likely to be Sato, Bertucca, Coluccio, Trentin and Mogato. What a fight back from Bertucca and Coluccio. 11 places and 14 places made up respectfully. Here's the move on the inside. Antonelli takes the lead away from Nikola Solov. Never ever underestimate Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He knows just when to strike and fight back. And now he's not just looking at a win on home soil, he's also looking at the lead of the European Championship.
Yep, Antonelli makes his way into the lead of the race. Amazing move there to make his way past the dominant Nikola Solov from today. But he's not so dominant in this final anymore, which Antonelli proves by a brilliant overtake to put himself into the lead of the race. 8 laps remaining. Can he hold on to it?
We've had another retirement, I'm afraid. I can't see where she's pulled off, but Victoria Blokina's fantastic weekend has now come to a spluttering halt. What a shame. She was one of the stars of the weekend in the OK category, but it just hasn't been today. Hopefully next time at Zuera, 2 weeks from now in Spain, she will get her chance. Andreasen is now down behind not just Gilter, but also Yugachukwu and Sevrukin. So they both managed to get through on that last lap. Antonelli in front of Solov. Lindblad in third position. Gilter, Ugachukwu, Savrukin and Andreasen. That's the battle for fourth place. And they are running in a quartet at the moment as they go down the back straight. Antonelli stretching away from Solov. I think this battle's won. Let's look back and see the guys in fourth, fifth, sixth. Here they are, and it's very close indeed between them. So Gilter, Ugachukwu, Savrukin, Andreasen. A very nice little quartet there battling away for position. Antonelli still trying to stretch away from Solov, but Solov is not letting him dominate.
Yep, Solov is not going to let Antonelli run away with this one, as he just about keeps him in range, and that's up the inside. That's Artem Savrukin, makes his way past Ugachukwu as they make their way around the final corner and onto the straight now. Savrukin definitely didn't have the best start, but he's made his way back up into fifth. Antonelli, though, just slowly pulling away from Solov, but not as quick as we would expect, as there's one car into pit lane that's won the Cosmics.
It's Coluccio. I can't believe it. It's yet another disappointing result for Coluccio after what has been a very impressive fight back. I think he's had an incident out there with Timo Kucharczyk. Yes, he has. Kucharczyk is walking away. Kucharczyk is out of his kart now and walking away from the sea. There it is. You can just about see it in the distance there on the screen, but Kucharczyk has had to walk away from his kart now, and the pole is absolutely distraught. So Timo Kucharczyk, he must have had a clash with Coluccio. Well, at least they've had an incident similar parts of the circuit. Here's the move. Savrukin gets past Gilter. Back into P4 now for Savrukin. So that cements his position P4 in the championship as well as P4 in the race. And that also gives him a few more points. He's now on 51 compared to the man ahead of him in the standings, Kamara, on 65. Lindblad, who is third place, has 71, and the race leader, Antonelli, is now looking at 77, and he's got the fastest lap too. Antonelli is going to take this out for Italy.
Yep, Antonelli is going to run this out to the end. Half a second is the gap back to Solov, and that fastest lap there just secures that. 54.841 was set by Kimi Antonelli last time round. He's doing a great job out there on the track. He made his way through into the lead, and now he's just trying to pull a little bit of breathing room to get himself that win with a clear advantage.
There's an awful lot of Italians and English people tonight who are going to watch a certain football match. Oh, the irony. We had an English winner in the junior. We're looking at an Italian winner in the senior. An absolutely incredible battle out on the circuit this weekend from Nicola Solov, but he just can't handle the pressure that Antonelli keeps dialing into every apex. Lindblad is there in P3. We're watching the battle for fourth position, because there is the tight battle a little further back. This is Sato versus Spina. Ritaro Sato has got through, had taken the place. We've had someone nearly fly off the road there on the exit of turn 1. I think they just kicked up the dust. No major incident, but a very tight battle. This has been such an exciting OK final, and we still got 4 laps left of it. I think we're still going to get a pretty exciting battle from fourth position downwards. Savrukin, Ugachukwu, Gilter, Andreasen are still having a nice little tussle for fourth place. Here's Antonelli out of the final turn, and he will have 3 to go this time.
Yep, and if you look backwards, Sato has a little bit of pressure from Spina behind as they make their way onto the straight. You can see the Ricky Flynn Motorsport car just in the background, and then you see Alfie Spina just keeping pressure on the driver ahead of him as they make their way up into turn 2 now. Spina not about close enough to make an overtake, but Willie in the closing laps.
0.8 of a second between Antonelli and Solov, and it looks as though it could stay that way. I'm not entirely sure the Bulgarian's got anything left. He's worked so hard this weekend. In the sprint races, he's been absolutely monstrous, and he could charge away, take names, take prisoners, and get himself a decent advantage. But in these long, long finals, Antonelli is still the man with the plan. He plays the long game. He doesn't just go ugly early and storm his way to the lead. He takes his time. He picks them off one by one and waits for his opportune moment. He didn't get Solov straight away. He decided to hang back a couple of laps just to see what the 2 karts were going to do in comparison to each other. Then he made his play. Dino Chiesa is going to be very happy with his lot though, isn't he? 3 Kart Republic chassis essentially in the 3 podium positions. It's going to be a clean sweep, and that is an absolutely fantastic result. Arvid Lindblad, so smooth and so stylish this weekend. He hasn't looked spectacular all weekend long, but you know what he has done? He's put himself just 6 points behind Antonelli in the championship fight going into the season finale at Zuera. If he gets that right, he could still win the whole thing.
Yep, 6 points behind is not far. This is really going to go down to the wire. In the championship, Artem Savrukin picks up that fastest lap. but Lindblad 6 points behind going into the final round. He still has a chance.
So now the drivers are going to come through. It is Antonelli, Solov and Lindblad who are going to be on the podium barring any difficulties or woes. But we said that about the junior final. We said it was all done and dusted, and then it turned out not to be. Antonelli, though, has a much more increased advantage over Solov. 1.3 seconds, and the Italian stallion is doing an absolutely fantastic job out in front on home soil. This is a wonderful, wonderful day. He has fought back valiantly. He didn't win every heat, but then he didn't need to. He just needed to keep himself in that top 5 throughout and display great courage of character and wisdom of forethought, and he's been able to do that every single race. He's never really been in the war zones. He stayed in that top 3. He bagged 3rd position for the final as Nicolo Kuman gets a brilliant fastest lap down in 19th. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli will come through, and this is going to be a fairy tale for him. He is about to take his 2nd win in a row when he could become back-to-back European champion 2 weeks from now in Suera. We'll find out then, but for now, celebrate in style. Kimi Antonelli wins in Italy.
Amazing drive there from Antonelli to win on his home turf. That will mean something extra special there to the Italian driver as he crosses the line first. You can see he's so happy with the result after a long weekend. An amazing drive. He deserves this.
Last year he was on the podium in the final in the European Championship. He couldn't quite get the victory and the heat got the better of him. This year he is victorious, and it means so much after the destitution at the end of 2020 when he was in a hospital bed recovering from a broken leg. He was a little concerned, he was a little upset, he needed to bounce back. This is how you do it. Kimi Antonelli, victorious in Sarno. It's meant to be.
Yeah, it clearly is. You can see Nikola Solov. We saw them fist bump on their way round. Solov offering his commendation, to the winner, and arm in the air. Antonelli so happy with the result. Kicking up the grass a little bit on his way in, maybe a salutary bit of dust.
Kimi Antonelli is your winner from Nikola Solov and Arvid Lindblad. Artem Sevryukin in front of Yuga Chukwu. Evan Gilter in front of Norton Andreasen. Then Rintaro Sato, Alfio Spina and Ariel Elkin. The final point scorers are Christian Bertuca, Matthias Morgato, Giovanni Trentin, although he's not eligible for points, James Wharton, Ivan Dominguez and Brando Badoa. Caspian Hagman and Martinius Stenshorn fights back to 18th. Then Nicolo Kuman, Juho Valtonen, Marlon Hernandez, Bruno Del Pino, Tuka Tarpanen climbs up to 23rd from Nathan Sharp, Michael Papado and Ricardo Gracia. The retirements were many and plentiful. Luigi Coluccio, Timo Kucharczyk, Victoria Blokina, Rafael Kamara. The championship leader now falls to 3rd in the standings. Andrei Zhivnov, Lukas Malek and Sandro Holzem. And then, of course, the 3 drivers we lost before the start. Joe Turney, Rafael Modenese and Emili Koivisto. A very tough race for some. But for our winner, Kimi Antonelli, it's nearly party time.
Yeah, that was an amazing race throughout the whole field. Antonelli just kept his head, made his way to the front, and then once he was in that top position, he just kept going. He kept going forwards. He didn't lift off at one point in the race, and he shows us how to pull a gap after making your way through the field.
So over to the podium we will descend now as the 3 drivers waiting in position will have a wonderful celebration. The Brit, the Bulgarian, and on the top step, the Italian.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, to respect the rules, to be the quickest, to make a difference. Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. Promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And We race because we are all purpose-driven.
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
It's been a fantastic day. A few minutes now until the definitely given us a wonderful weekend of motorsport in the
Yeah, did it work? No, it's my microphone. I think it's the wireless microphone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are now ready to welcome the drivers to the podium after what has been a sensational third round of the 2021 FIA Karting European Championship in the OK Senior category. In third position for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! A great result for the Czech Republic youngster, and he now moves to the second in the Drivers' Championship once again, heading to the season finale. In second position for Bulgaria, Nikola Tsolov! A fabulous result for Nikola Tsolov. What a weekend, and this is hopefully the first of many for him. But your winner on the top step of the podium for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli! And we welcome onto this podium the winning team manager for Czech Republic, Dino Chiesa! It's a fabulous day for the Czech Republic squad and for the race winner. And in a lovely gesture, we will ask the national band of the city of Sarno to play the national anthem for our winning driver from Italy. Congratulations to our three drivers on the podium. They will now raise their trophies aloft one by one. In third position for the United Kingdom, Arvid Lindblad! And in second position for Bulgaria, Nikola Tsolov! And your race winner for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli! And a congratulations as well to our winning team manager for Czech Republic, Dino Chiesa! A fabulous celebration for our three drivers on the podium. And they will now, of course, pose for photographs with the second owner and his son, Mr. and Mrs. Sorrentino. We welcome them to the podium for a trophy photograph presentation with the competitors. Kimi Antonelli has also managed to receive a wonderful Italian flag to celebrate on the podium. It was an Englishman who won in the junior, an Italian who wins in the senior. Very ominous heading to this evening. Fantastic job, ladies and gentlemen. Arvid Lindblad, Nikola Tsolov, and your race winner, Andrea Kimi Antonelli! And now, of course, comes the moment when, there's sort of a few more pitches to come first of all. I thought they were going to have their moment, but now it is time for the boys on the podium to have their moment of joy and glory. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate in style! Congratulations to our three drivers after a fabulous senior podium, and we have had a wonderful end to the weekend here in Sarno. 2 weeks from now, we will end the European Championship in fine style at the circuit of Zuera in Spain. But what a wonderful day it's been here at Sarno in Italy. Grazie mille tutti! A fabulous, fabulous weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in the FIA Karting European Championship 2 weeks from now in Spain. On behalf of myself, Jake Sanson, my colleague Kai Bacini, and of course everyone here at RGMMC and the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, grazie mille e good night!
Our world is changing. New challenges and new opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. Motorsport and mobility have long led the way. The FIA aims at ensuring that the worlds of motorsport and mobility bring a positive contribution to society. We innovate. We act.
I won't stay silent against racial discrimination and inequality.
I believe everyone should be treated equally.
We create change.
Create a new deal for motorsport, reinvigorate mobility and road safety, enhance our influence through our contribution to society. These are our major ambitions for the time to come.
Let's continue to save lives by using our technical expertise to deliver the highest standards of safety on both track and road. Respond to public health challenges and create a culture of responsible road users worldwide. Let's deliver sustainable motorsport and mobility by taking an innovation-led approach that delivers lower emissions and addresses the mobility issues of our time. Let's create a culture of inclusion and diversity to the benefit of all, making our sport more accessible and using our global platform to fight injustice and intolerance. Let's harness the societal value motorsport and mobility bring to diverse communities across the world, improving livelihoods, providing jobs.
Just get out.
Technologies, new opportunities.
An engine for social change.
And delivering the values of sport and entertainment to all. We'll come together to overcome future challenges. We'll continue to make a difference. Share our commitment to a better future. We are all purpose-driven.
What does it take to be a Formula One driver? To be the most focused, difference? Together we push forward health and safety innovations. We give our best to protect the environment. We stand against discrimination and fight for diversity. We promote motorsport and mobility around the world. To be a Formula One driver means to be committed. Together with the FIA, we are driven to help build a world that raises hope and enriches the lives of everyone, everywhere. Now we race for change. And we race because we are all purpose-driven.